Oh, what up, Edge? Oh, oh my God. Oh, yeah, man, I just like literally just rolled out of bed like 10 minutes ago. So I'm a little bit behind today. I haven't eaten yet. I haven't done anything yet. I just now fed the dogs and the cat. Yeah, the cat decided he didn't want to join us, right, Jake? Jake? I mean, I didn't even get to bed till 2 in the afternoon, so I had to like mow the lawn and everything today. A hot minute. Alright, hold on. My dog is now annoying me that he's eating. Go outside. Come on. Oh man, these load times are gonna kill me. Holy hell. Alright, so I'm still struggling here, Edge. Like I feel like Titan just isn't the right fit for this build. Or at least not yet. I think the struggle bus with this character is the clear speed specifically on regular trash. Like Rake does a okay job of, killing things, but it doesn't have enough AoE. It doesn't have enough like arc. It's just it's very slow. So I need to figure out a different skill to apply my like AoE, like my map clear, right? Because Rake plus Blood Hunt is ridiculous. And I'm also going to chain. I'm gonna put Impale on. Blood Hunt. When I get the 6th socket, I'm gonna move Impale over from this. So on big dick bosses, or like yellows or whatever, basically what I'll do is I'll rake in, I'll disengage back, and then I'll blood hunt in to apply the impale, and then you know I'll roll away, and then I'll rake back in. Yeah, I mean, yes and no, Dig. It feels a little better. They made improvements to the Titan side about the slams. Before they couldn't scale with attack speed, now they can. So the few tweaks that they've made, a few quality of life they've made, I'm liking. But I'm also liking the spear skills, and I'm testing with those right now. The downside I have right now is I really, really like Rake and Blood Hunt, but Rake is not a map clear kind of skill. Blood Hunt is a execute, but the combo is great for boss killing. They're not good for map clear. So I'm trying to figure out a skill that I can use as a Titan that I could apply bleed with while map clearing. That's the problem. I want something that I don't have to really stop to kind of keep casting. Now, Hoper keeps throwing me builds, right? Let me see like other people's craziness, right? And there's a lot of cool builds people got, and most of the builds have one thing in common: a lot of attack speed. Now, I don't have a lot of attack speed on this build, so I need something that doesn't rely upon a lot of attack speed to apply bleed everywhere while running. So I'm trying to figure it out. And that's the one thing that's holding me back on this build is literally just finding a skill that I like to apply bleed while running. But give me just a second, I gotta let the dog out and the other one in. But to answer your question, Dig, yes, I'm enjoying it more because the first time I played it, I just wasn't enjoying any of the skills. I wasn't enjoying anything in the game. Everything just felt clunky and bad. And I just got bored really quickly, right? This time, I found something I like, and I'm tinkering with it, trying to make it work, right? So that's kind of why I'm not hating it. Kind of why I'm liking it more, because I actually found something to invest time into. Yeah, so far they've made good improvements. Like GGG is usually pretty good about making good improvements. Just like I said, I just want to find something that I can use for map clear. And the problem is I've seen this build, right? So I hate the skill by itself, but I've seen a couple people playing it now and using like increased projectiles and Nova and stuff like that. You kind of blanket the entire screen, but since it's fire damage, uh, you know, getting it for bleed would be a little annoying. But that's a cool skill that could work for map clear, even without a hell of a lot of attack speed. Because I can cast it every so often, and it would just blanket the screen. Um, I mean, in theory, something like a leap could work because I could just leap through the map, and when I land, it could just apply bleeds. But kind of meh. We still have the option for Stampede, which didn't feel too terrible, but it just didn't apply enough damage to apply a big enough bleed for it to really make clear worth it. So I'd have to get like a really big dick two-handed mace to make that one work, I think. Um, I'm not gonna switch to crossbow. Oh my god. Edge, did you see the crossbow build Ziz is playing? Yeah, the Lich with no reload? That shit's busted. I mean, I don't think Ziz is the one that figured it out and discovered it, but it was crazy. Oh, that crossbow? Bro, that crossbow probably exploded in price. But with that said, I don't think there's really like a speed crossbow I could use for map clear and bleed. Not 100% on that. I feel like the closest thing is like fragmentation rounds. And then spear wise, like I said, the only thing that kind of makes a little sense was one slash, but without a lot of attack speed on this and a lot of AoE, it just doesn't feel good. So it's not really a good clear skill, and like I can't even use lightning skills because I'm not a mage. If I was a mage, I could actually do lightning spear, which would be broken as shit, even though it's been nerfed. Or is it storm spear, storm lance? Yeah, it's lightning spear. Lightning spear is busted if you're playing it as a mage or something. I don't know. Can we get some brainstorming up in here? Anybody got any ideas or thoughts? Basically, it needs to be a physical attack, so I can apply bleed. That I can like kind of either blanket the screen with one cast and keep moving, or it's like a movement skill. Some way, shape, or form. Yeah, most of these are like his converted to lightning and stuff. I mean, tornado shot might not be a bad option. Because doesn't tornado shot, at least from PoE1 experience, doesn't tornado shot kind of blanket the screen? Oh, never mind. This actually creates a tornado where it lands. It's kind of interesting though, reading this skill, is you cast this tornado, and then you shoot arrows into it, which causes it to duplicate the arrows. Kind of pretty cool. That's a really cool skill. That's actually a really cool skill. That could be really cool for leveling. Yeah, that's really good, Dick. Yeah, I was literally fighting mobs yesterday, like while I was like leveling my ult, and I would be frozen for like 30 seconds at a time. It was really bad. Like really fucking bad. I wish this was better. Like something like this could work though, Edge, if I can get some enough movement speed on it maybe. So repeatedly hammer your shield with a weapon causing damage, shockwave in an area around you. Enemies hit by the shockwave lose armor for a duration while channeling the resonated shield. Your shield is raised and you will block all incoming blockable hits. So it indirectly makes you tanky too, because you're blocking things. And basically, if I just attached bleed to it and juiced its damage, and maybe it's AoE, I'd be able to actually apply some bleed. I just don't think the bleed would be very high. It's the problem. Because bleed is based off of the amount of damage it does. So it'd have to do a lot of damage and have bleed, and it'd have to have magnitude on it. So that's like 2 sockets alone. So it'd have 100% bleed chance, it'd have 100% magnitude on it. And then I need an AoE on it. But I think most AoEs reduce its damage. And then I'd have like 2 sockets left for damage. I feel like the damage on it would just be low, because the only thing that's gonna make this do a lot of damage is having a huge amount of armor on the shield. I'm just trying to think if there's like a skill that typically doesn't look like it could be good for map clear, but can be modified with like extra projectiles or something crazy, like some sort of support that gives it like AoE potential. I'm not finding anything. Is that I kind of feel like I'm stuck with something like Stampede. I honestly feel like I'm stuck with Stampede. Even though what's weird is I don't see Stampede in here. Is that weird? I just typed in Fizz and I don't see Stampede. Because it's not tagged as Fizz. These are our travel skills. Yeah, Stampede isn't tagged as Fizz. Which is weird, right? It just says while dual wielding both weapons hit, doing less damage, jagged ground, impact jagged ground, like says nothing about Fizz on it. Not the gyms up here don't even say Fizz. Like the tags. It just says it's AoE melee slam duration travel. Which is interesting. Like I feel like this isn't a bad option. Stampede can be crazy because I could put in this one. I think it's this one. The supported strike skills are ancestral boosted every 3 seconds. So it wouldn't happen all the time, but it would basically give it more damage and more area of effect every time it ancestral boosted. But yeah, basically I'd have to put on the same thing. I'd have to put on 100% chance to bleed. I'd have to put on I'd have to put on this for 100% chance to bleed, and then I'd have to put on Deep Cuts 2 for 100% magnitude, which makes it do 30% less damage. Um, and then I put the Ancestral boosted on there, and then damage from there, which, you know, we could do something like Heavy Slam. So we'd end up with things like, uh, everybody uses Heft, but I don't really like it. The Brutality is 30%. Heavy Swing is 35%. So I'm like left with 2 things, right? I feel like those would be our 2 best options. I just feel like it's, unless I have a really big 2-handed weapon, it's not gonna do. Oh my god, Edge, did you see the 2-handed weapon Topher posted for the other night? That shit was insane. Look at this. Look at this fucking beast of a weapon, bro. Not 790 to 1190 fizz damage. Absolutely cracked. Absolutely cracked. Oh yeah, it's gonna cost a lot of fucking strength. Could you imagine this with Titan Grip? That's fucking unreal. But like I said, I think I would need something like that to make the slabs actually do decent damage. Cause like we have a stampede. Oh, so we have a stampede. We'd have to upgrade it a little bit higher level, right? Um, what else do we have in here? Um, we do have the ancestral call. We do have it somewhere. Here's the magnitude. Not the good magnitude though. Okay, we'll just pick up what we need. Why is bleed 1 on here but not the red? 100% chance to bleed. Where'd it go? And then I feel like I could put this on and you'll see what I mean, man. It's just, I feel like it's just not gonna do enough damage. Why can't I support? I just should boost it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why can't it be ancestral boosted? Like Rake can be ancestral boosted, which is actually insane. I didn't know that. Wait, why can Rake be ancestral boosted? The fuck? That's actually insane. That doesn't make any sense. Why can Rake be boosted but Stampede cannot? What? I don't understand. What? I just did, yeah. What up, junk? I don't get that. It does support strikes. Maybe it's not a strike? This is okay, so it's not a strike technically. Interesting. I was pretty convinced you could ancestral boost it. Hmm. Well, kind of takes care of that plan. And we can just do a heavy swing, I guess. I was going to see if there was a different AoE for it. Yeah, because like this one I'm not a huge fan of because it's less damage once again, and I don't want to keep lowering its damage because lowering its damage is going to make a problem. Because like as you can tell, it only has 400 damage right now, mainly because my weapon sucks. Like, I have a really dog shit weapon. You could go buy like a really starter based two-handed sword or two-handed mace and see how Stampede feels with it. Problem is like Stampede's like it's at a decent movement speed right now. Just isn't gonna apply very much bleed. I just feel like the AoE isn't great until the end. Like the travel node, right? Running from point A to point B, it won't really put a lot of bleeds down. That's the problem with running Stampede. I just feel like Titan just probably cucked when it comes to this build. I almost need to just make another character and just try it as the other classes that people are talking about. Just playing it as the Blood Mage and just calling it a day. Because then I can take advantage of lightning. Because I also tried I can find it. Where does the skill go? I still have it attached? I do. I tried Spearfield. I tried this. It actually didn't do bad. Shockingly, this didn't do bad for killing things. But it just didn't apply much bleed. But I guess in the grand scheme of things, I don't really need to bleed the actual mobs going through the map. The only reason why I want to bleed through the map is because of Herald of Blood. But if I can just kill them outright, like maybe I don't need to. You know what I mean? Like maybe I don't really need to give a shit about like bleed killing them while map clearing. I just need to map clear. I mean, I can give you some information. First things first. I don't know how new you are to PoE itself, But if you wanted to do a Rake build, right? And you wanted to play as a Blood Mage, like these are top tier players, right? But yeah, have you ever played like Path of Exiles 1? Like a lot or anything like that? They actually pathed all the way around. That's kind of crazy. $5 years ago? Okay. So you have some knowledge at least and some experience. So what I'm saying is you can look on Path of Building here and you can look at people's builds. You can kind of get an idea of like, okay, yes, these people are ridiculous, right? They're gonna have ridiculous gear, they're gonna have ridiculous stats and stuff like that. But you get an idea of like the way that they path the tree, right? So first things first, you kind of get an idea of like, okay, so they're picking up grasping wounds, or 25% of life lost from hits is prevented, and then lost over 4 seconds instead. Don't really understand it, unless you're running like a lot of leech. I don't know. I've never played a blood mage, so I know that there's like they use mana, I mean life, some way, shape, or form to cast skills, and then they maintain themselves in some way, shape, or form. But this is why people are using this character. The bleedings you inflict on cursed targets are aggravated. Elemental damage also contributes to bleed magnitude. So, people are using things like Lightning Spear, which chains the whole screen, and it can technically bleed, right? Because lightning also applies, or elemental damage also applies to bleed, right? From this skill right here. Counts as bleed magnitude. Sorry. And then base crit chance for spells is 15%, and then 1% crit bonus for 50 life. So they stack life, and they get a bunch of crit, and then basically they throw the lightning spear and they fucking crush the screen, right? Rake is for single target. And then they blasphemy, so they're cursed, right? And that's where this comes into play. Right here. Bleeds you inflict on cursed enemies are aggravated, so it doubles your bleed damage, so you have to be within range. But with this, it basically guarantees that they're going to take double damage. Alright, sounds good, Edge. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Sleep well. And then they're, like I said, they're focusing on crit. So, this skill here, sports any damage skill that you cast yourself, grants a significant higher critical strike chance, but causes you to gain a cooldown, blah blah blah. So you get a cooldown, so you can't spam it as hard, but it gives it a lot more crit. And then this one gives it, what is it? I think it's more damage. Yeah. Consumes a percentage of your mana flask, charges, gaining a percentage of damage as extra lightning, so more lightning damage. For Rake, right? Because like I said, elemental damage also scales bleed magnitude for your bleeds. And then this one gives you more crit. So basically it gives you a guaranteed chance to crit. So what they're using Rake for specifically, right, is they're using it for big targets, and they're not spamming Rake. Since bleed takes 5 seconds to tick anyway. Oh, you're in an ad. I'm gonna wait. Junk, let me know when you're out of your ad, and we'll continue talking. Oh, so okay. I just saw there was an ad playing. But anyway, so this is one of the, since there is a cooldown, it'll have time to build up a crit chance. So basically, you're guaranteed to crit. Crit's gonna double your damage, and since bleeds are based off of the amount of damage you deal in one hit, it's gonna give you a huge damage increase. This is gonna add more lightning damage to the Rake, which is gonna give it more bleed. And then you get the deep cuts for even more bleed magnitude, and then concoct, which consumes percentage of your maximum life charges, inflicting more powerful bleeding based on the flash charges. So this is based for bleed, which is why you can see right here, Rake's damage over time is 600k, and like at the same time, you're not trying to spam Rake because you want the bleed to tick, right? Because bleeds aren't short, they're long. They're 5 seconds. So you want to hit them with a bleed, you want to wait a few seconds, then you want to hit them with like another bleed, right? So that's why the Rake is set up the way it is. And like I said, you also have the blasphemy here, and they're adding the lightning damage because lightning damage or elemental damage scale there goes for bleed magnitude. Now, lightning spear itself, it needs to have bleed chance on it. It needs to have deep cuts for magnitude. So the bleed is right here. There's a guaranteed bleed, and then you have deep cuts for magnitude. Ricochet, so it bounces everywhere. More elemental damage, obviously. Ambush for basically guaranteeing a crit or trying to guarantee a crit on a full life target. So you throw the lightning spear into a pack of mobs, it splinters everywhere, everything gets a bleed on it, it starts to die. That's kind of the goal here. Actually interesting that they use RageUMad. I thought that was actually pretty insane because it's the only build that I've really looked up that I've seen use RageUMad, which is pretty cool. Herald of Blood for map clears, so when you throw your lightning spear and things are bleeding, they'll hopefully bleed and then explode, clearing the rest of the map. Obviously using things for armor break is kind of cool as well, but you know that's something you build into. Disengage can be pretty cool. I like personally using it for applying impales and disengaging from mobs after I rake in, so I can try and stay safe from like sticking and moving. Their blood hunt, once again, it's all about crit, faster attacks, but you don't really need, in my personal opinion. Impale is tolerable. So one of the ways to play this junk is you rake in, you apply a bleed to a boss, right? You dodge, roll away, you let your bleed tick for a few seconds, right? You blood hunt in with Impale. Now, since the way Impale works in PoE 2 is a little bit different, I mean, it still works the same way as PoE 1, but still it's different. Impale here only lasts for 1 hit, right? So when you apply an Impale, a percentage of the damage that you deal with the attack that applied the Impale is stored for the next hit that doesn't apply an Impale. So Blood Hunt's damage is based off of the amount of bleeding that it consumes, and then if it crits, it adds more, right? So let's say it consumes 10,000 damage, and then you crit. Boom, automatically doubles your damage. Okay, that Impale will store up, like, I think it's 30% of the non-mitigated damage. So then when you roll away, right, like you dodge roll out and you break back in to apply your next bleed, that bleed will consume that Impale, making your next rake that much bigger. So your bleed will now be much bigger on your second bleed. You wait a few seconds, you Impale in, since the bleed was bigger, your Impale or your blood hunt, your next blood hunt will be bigger, but your Impale will now be bigger. So for a long fight for a big boss, the generalistic goal is rake in, roll out, wait 2 to 3 seconds, up to 5 seconds if you want to get full like effect of your bleed, right? Wait for bleeding to stop, Impale in, like blood hunt in to get your big Impale, roll out, rake in right after, get the big bleed, let it tick down, blood hunt in, rake out. Blood hunt, dodge roll, rake, because you want to make sure you're at 100% distance. You want to be 2 meters away with rake, because rake gives you that increased bleed magnitude the further away you are. Doesn't really say it on here, but the further away you are with rake, the more magnitude you get. So after you blood hunt in, you want to make sure you roll away, because you want to keep the Impale. You don't want to disengage, because if you disengage, you're going to consume the Impale. Unless you put Impale on disengage, but then you're going to have 2 Impales on there, and it might not take the big one. So Don't use disengage. You want to literally roll away from him and then instantly rake right after to consume the impale and let that bigger bleed go. So you rinse and repeat this, and every time you do that rotation, the rake wait, blood hunt rake wait, your bleed will get bigger and bigger and bigger, and your blood hunt will get bigger and bigger and bigger. So on a big mob, your first rake might do 10k damage. Your blood hunt might do 20k damage. Then your next bleed might do 40k. And you might do 80k. And then you might do 150k bleed. And then you might do a 300k. And it's just gonna keep building and keep building. And it eventually you'll get to a point where the boss just falls over. So that's kind of like the idea between the blood hunt not really having a whole lot of like skills on it, but mainly being there for the impale so you can bleed more. Right? You still want to scale the damage because the harder blood hunt hits, the bigger the impale will be. So I don't agree with Rapid here, and I don't agree that he doesn't have 5 sockets here. He should have another socket. Putting more damage on this would be ideal. Falling Strike, whatever. Purity of Fire, whatever. Wind Dancer for survivability, whatever. Most of this doesn't really matter. But the reason his works better than mine, and you'll see mine's really slow, is this right here. Specifically, Lightning Spear works so good for map clear. Like I said, it splinters, it covers the whole screen, it actually gives you wave clear and decent map potential. Junk, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Hopefully you found any that's helpful. And then, like I said, anytime you come up against a yellow or some sort of hard mob, you literally just rake, back up. Typically, what you can do is you can rake into a disengage. That's what I like to do, right? So what I like to do is I will rake into a disengage, just like that. So I apply the bleed and then I disengage out, so I'm not near a mob long enough to take damage. Do you want the website or do you want the character I'm looking at right now? Like I said, take the character with a grain of salt because like most of this gear, like he's running a tabula for 6 freaking jewels. Not gonna happen, right? You might not be able to afford this spear. You might not be able to afford this, you know, he's got so many uniques on the build. So his damage is going to be skewed. His survivability is going to be skewed because he has so much currency into the character. But you can take inspiration from this. Like his resistances are just jacked. You can take inspiration from this to understand how he built the character so you can make it yourself, right? By kind of just putting the similar things. Like you can take the tree, for example, right? How he comes up, he comes over to this way. So basically he's branching over here and he's taking one weapon set to come over here for attack speed, mana regen, movement speed. So this is probably his lightning spear clear. And then he heads up, and then for weapon set 2, he takes increased damage when on full life, and on low life. Interesting. And he has this one, critical strike bonus. This is his weapon set 2, most likely for his rake setup. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's the difference here. But yeah, he's getting crit bonuses. He's getting, you know, more crit. He's picking up, you know, more crit. So he basically runs around the tree picking up all the crit bonuses he can for spears and stuff. He's using a diamond. I want to say probably right. Well, the diamond's somewhere, but he's probably picking up. Is the notable? I think it's right here. And then he's grabbing this, and this with the notable. Pretty sure. Okay, he's grabbing this one. Sorry, I missed it. So he grabs a diamond jewel and he puts it like in one of these, right? And then it gives him he can allocate nodes and a radius around this. So So it allows him to pick up the movement speed. It allows him to pick up the. Did he pick up deflection? I think he picks up this as well. And then he ends up picking up this spear damage, and he picks up this spear as well. So he picks up all of this. Technically, he could pick up a bunch more stuff, but that's what he picks up with it. And then with all that, like I said, he moves his way up to here, so he can get some more magnitudes with crits. He can get some more evasion, and then he comes up this way, so he can get more duration for his ailments. So his bleeds last longer. And then he's got more magnitude. Got more magnitude. Got more attack speed when surrounded, which I'm personally not a fan of, but whatever. More crit damage bonus, one-handed, since spears are one-handed. And he comes through here to get a bunch more movement speed and accuracy, and survivability through that node over there. And then he gets another jewel here, and then he anoints this magnitude thing over here on his hand. I guess he also is anointing this. I didn't know you can anoint more than one. Looks like he has this as well. So can you get 3 anoints in this? Anyway, so that's his build. So as you can tell, he's basically stacking magnitude and crit, right? He's heavily relying upon crit damage, and then he's relying upon all the magnitudes. So when he throws that spear and it crits, and it has all that magnitude and scaling from this elemental damage also contributes to bleed magnitude. Basically, his map clear is ridiculous. So, if you want to link to his, I can give you his. Like I said, I just went with the highest DPS one on the list. I didn't go with the survivability one. His EHP is basically non-existent. He cannot take a hit. Most of these characters cannot take a hit. But the goal is not to get hit. So. There you go. But anyway, that's kind of like what I would look into, right? Like I said before, he's got, here's the diamond I was talking about. So it allocates kinetic swing and trauma. So yeah, it allocates these two for him, and then I think he's anointing the barbarism strength, and then he's got from nothing diamond, which allows him to allocate within this radius here, which is how he's able to get this, and this. You're welcome. But anyway, this is the proper way to play the build. Is to play it with lightning. The diamond, from nothing diamond. So the from nothing diamond is RNG. So passives in radius of blank. It can be any keystone on the tree, but you need the one that says dance with death specifically, and that's going to be expensive. And then the megalodonic diamond or whatever, that one's also RNG based of what it's going to allocate. So that one's once again going to be expensive for the specific two. And then the rest of them are magnitudes, right? Yeah, pretty much this is all like magnitudes and ailment like duration. Don't really want to read all this, but you get my point. Like you can get a lot of these like cool things and like scale into more crit damage, more spear damage, more magnitudes and ailment damages and stuff like that with your thingies here. And then gear wise, it's just about getting base stats, right? So on this one, it's like base stats like resist, life. I don't know why he's picking up mana, but movement speed, you know, just for clear speed. And then he's got everywhere he can add damage, he's adding damage. So he's got added fizz, added fire, added cold, because remember again, elemental damage also scales the bleed now. So fizz, fire, cold on this as well. He's got a fizz leech ring, and he's got a I don't think he's running mana on this character, because I don't think you need mana leech. And then this one, more spell damage, so his lightning spear does more damage. Increased spell damage while on full energy shield, possibly a good thing on this build. I haven't really looked. as energy shield. But whatever. And melee skills being increased, crit chance, crit bonus, global defense, sure. The helmet. So you got to be surrounded basically. To take advantage of the being surrounded part. And then obviously we were talking about this, like more jewels for more things. Increased charge gain, charge use, bonus gain from left ring and right ring. So basically he's wearing this for the left and right ring. So he can get even more damage added to attacks on both rings. And then this gives him more crit chance. I don't know what bifurcates crit hits. I don't know what that means. But that's probably why he's using it specifically for that crit hits part that I can't read. And then 50% increased attack damage against rares and uniques. Once again, huge for bosses. This one gives enemies in your presence resistance, elemental damage based on their lowest resistance. So if they're resistant to lightning, but they're not resistant to fire, then they'll be non-resistant to lightning going forward. So pretty good. And then obviously this, more fizz, fire, and lightning added to attacks. So as you can tell, he's basically just mega juicing as much added damage to attacks as he can and just chucking that lightning spear and clearing the screen. Pretty self-explanatory. This is what I was saying. Like it'd be better to run it as a blood mage for sure. Because you can see, like, even on this, like, damage over time from his lightning spear is like 387k. On this guy's, it's 227k. So the other guy put more effort into lightning than Rake. This guy put more and like spread them out a little bit more, right? His is a little bit. He lost some in Rake to get some more in spear, but he also built his slightly different. Right, he didn't use as many uniques. So anyway, like I said, just take some inspiration from some of these and kind of make your own from it. But as you can tell, like the build is relatively the same, but also slightly different, right? So he still goes over this direction. And picks up crits and attack speed and damage. You're welcome. Is that I'm trying to make it work as a fucking Titan, and it is a pain in the dick. Because you don't really have crit on the Titan side. I can't rely upon crit, I have to rely upon base damage increasements. So my bleed is already scuffed to start with. But I do have a bunch of magnitudes, right? So we have the magnitudes right here. We have magnitude here. Technically, I could breach over here for magnitude, but it's too far. So we're just going raw damage. With a little bit of magnitude we could get. So we got like all this attack damage, all this attack damage. We got all this fizz damage up here. We got the survivability node here. We got with shield, do more damage. I'm going to pick up block. All right, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Hard on back. Anyway, yeah, you're welcome, man. Anytime, come on by. I'll do what I can to help. Like I said, I don't have a whole lot of hours in the game. Most of the stuff I can give you is stuff that you can find yourself, but I can explain it the best I can. But yeah, like I said, this character's just built different. Like, I can drop this node here. So we're not relying upon stun build-up anymore. So I can drop this node for stun build-up. I could drop the strength stacking, right? Because this 5% strength is pretty much there for the strength stacking, and we don't really have a whole lot of strength. We only have 200 strength, so it's like kind of close. So I could technically drop these to try and pick up more damage, and I just don't know where to go with it. We could pick up this 40% melee damage with hits at close combat or close range, which we're guaranteed to be close range. So we could pick up these. That's huge damage. Yeah, we gotta figure out if there's a way to get, because the problem I'm having, Junk, is map clear, right? So I'll show you what I mean. The problem I'm having is since I can't use lightning spear, I can't find a skill for map clear. So there are a bunch of builds that I have found like videos on, but they're from last patch. Like they're from the what do you want to call it? From like 2.1 or whatever. They're not from 3.0. And that's the problem. Is like a lot of the stuff from 2.1 or 2.0 aren't really applicative to 3 because it's kind of a completely different game. So a lot of the stuff that worked then has been nerfed or changed or modified. It doesn't quite work the same. And there are people playing it right now, but most people playing it aren't streamers. There are people that Googled builds that worked like from previous leagues and are playing them and then making them work. They're top tier players, but they're not content creators. And yes, I might be a streamer, but I wouldn't call myself a content creator because I don't really make YouTube videos as much, right? Like I save my VODs off and stuff, but that's about all I really do. But anyway, this is what's wrong with my build, right? So I have very low movement speed, right? And all of my, other than my lag being atrocious, you can see, like, mine is all about just raking, causing things to explode. And you can see what I mean about the map clear just being slow. Because Rake doesn't have big area. Now my explosions, they help. My bleed explosions, they help a lot. But the build is the playstyle is very simple. You rake and dodge roll. Rake and dodge roll. And you basically are trying to rake a different mob every time you rake back in. Right? So you rake one mob, you roll, you try and rake a different mob, and then you roll, and then you rake a different mob, and you roll. That way you have bleeds going everywhere, and the first mob to die causes an explosion, which causes everybody's HP to go down, and if they're bleeding, they're gonna die. And then here's my yellow, right? So yellow, disengage, right? Blood hunt, right? Very simple, very easy build. It's just slow, and I'm looking for a map clear skill, and that's why I'm thinking I might just have to make a new character and either A, play it as a huntress, because that's another option, or B, play it as blood mage, because the blood mage can use lightning spear, and lightning spear is busted. I don't know if you've looked at it yet. Lightning spear is busted for bleed application, mainly because you can get that the projectiles forking thing, which really helps it cascade the whole screen. And since the bleed magnitude will scale based off of the elemental damage you're doing on top of that, that means you can get a bunch of added lightning damage, added cold damage, added fire damage on your gear, which scales into Rake, which scales into your lightning attacks or whatever. And all of that will scale the elemental damage significantly of the Rake and Lightning Spear, giving you even more bleed magnitude, which is insane. I don't know what the XXZZ is. I don't watch a whole lot of stuff. I watch anime when I'm not streaming, and occasionally I watch a few streamers for like a couple minutes at a time, just to kind of get an idea, like, what are people playing? Like, oh, they're playing this cool build, but I don't really, like, sit on YouTube. I don't really, like, spend a whole lot of time, like, deciphering other people's stuff. You can. It'll block it. But I can still see it. Thanks for asking, at least. I mean, I technically can permit you, but it's just a lot easier for you just to link it and you just click it. Oh, you're watching when? Wait, what? Yo, what is going on here? No, sorry, like, so when I opened it, this is a Quinn video. I didn't realize he was using it for just a lull moment. I didn't realize he was using it for a lull moment. But what is this? You're saying this is Reap? I don't know what happened there, but why is it hitting so much of the screen? Hold on. Let me finish this map. I need to look up Reap, because if Reap is something I can use to apply bleed or like widescreen like map clear, that might fix our problem. Like, I don't mind having a different weapon for a different skill, because I only want to use Reap and Blood Hunt for boss potential. That's literally all I want it for. I want it for boss killing, like yellows and like hard to kill mobs. Like, that's all I want it for. Well, I'm about to look it up. Best I can. What I'm assuming, I'm gonna pull the video back up in a second here. Oh, I hate these shielding ones. Yeah, so let's look at this really quick. So let's take a quick gander at this. Alright, so if you look, he's got vulnerability. I don't know what this one is. This is Bone Cage. Some of their minion support, I'm pretty sure. And I don't know what that skill is. I wish the quality was a little bit better. So yeah. I don't remember what this one. I think this is an aura of some kind. I don't know what this one is, but this is his skill. He's just right-click spamming. And it looks like cleave. You see he's just swing, 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 swing. Like, that's all he's doing. But I don't want it for the boss potential. And like I said, he's using, looks like some sort of quarterstaff or something. Build dead, maybe. Let's look this up. Nice name, though. This guy is definitely a fucking troll. With that kind of name, that's definitely a fucking troll. Alright, here's this character. Oh, you're right. Sorry, Dover. I got on really late today. I'm sorry. Alright, so first things first. Yeah, it's Reap. That's what I thought. Okay, so he's using Reap. He's got Bone Storm and Bone Cage, probably just to keep things in place. But he's using Heft, which I honestly, I don't understand people's thoughts behind Heft. Because Heft is 30% more damage to maximum Fizz damage. Right? Brutality, as long as you're sticking with physical only, Brutality is 30% more damage just flat, which brings up your base and your max, right? It's just overall it gives you 30% more damage. Heavy Swing gives 35% more with a little less attack speed. Close Combat obviously only works with close range weapons, but it's 30 to 40%. Or is that Momentum? Momentum's 40%, sorry. Close Combat is 30%. Like, you get all these 30%ers. Why do you need Heft? Anyway, Conk gives you more damage, less area of effect. Fizz Mastery gives you more levels to your Fizz. And then, as long as you're above 90% of your maximum mana, this is perfectly fine and acceptables. That could be something useful. Oh, sports skills that can be used while moving. Cause you to move slower while using them, but generate more damage. Interesting. Huh. You know, we're gonna give this skill a shot. Not gonna lie, we're gonna give this skill a shot. A vulnerability to make it do more damage. Oh, shrapnel impaling the enemies. Okay, so that's probably what it's used for. The extra damage. This is to probably lock them in place and then hit them with Bone Storm. Probably for single target. Mana Tempest. So Curse Storm of Arcane energies that empowers your mana costing skills while you remain inside it. So once again for single target. Oh, so this is how people are surviving. So they're clearing the screen, picking up the life remnants, and then just overstacking their HP. 10%. Sigil power. So yeah, everything is basically literally this, and sorry. So pretty much Power of Sigil, Mana Tempest, Bone Cage, Bone Storm are all meant to juice Reap for bosses. Vulnerability is just generically boosting Reap overall, map clear, and bosses. and then the Blood Remnant is just for map clear, for survivability. So that's basically the build in a nutshell. And then he's building it the same exact way with the, you know, the life cost, the spells, spell damage leeches life instead of the bleed inflict. He's going with spell damage leeches life, which is his survivability, and he's got spell crit and then crit bonus per. And then he's coming up to get more global fizz and crit for spells. He's getting more spell damage and stuff like that. He's getting cast speed so he can attack faster. Spell damage. Coming up here for more spell damage. So basically just stacking crit, like spell crit and spell damage. Getting a jewel socket here. More crit. Yeah, so Mega Juice crit everywhere he could possibly get. Getting cast speed. Getting global crit. Getting global damage increasements. Getting spell damage everywhere he can. Just juicing out Reap as much as he possibly can. Basically the build in a nutshell. And then he's rocking a reaping staff, which is that's how he gets reap. Okay, I had to buy one then, right? That's not too bad. I'm not opposed to this. Now I see what your message was earlier about reaping staff or whatever. So I'm gonna have to buy one of these. It looks like, because I think this will be our weapon swap for map clear. So we'll just reap clear. I want to try it. I really want to try it. Use Reap for clear, and then have Blood Hunt and Rake for yellows and stuff, and bosses. But anyway, so spell damage per 100 life, increase spell physical damage. So what I'm wondering is, if it is a spell, but it is also physical damage, I don't think I need to scale spell damage. What causes the ice effect? Wait, what do you mean ice effect? I didn't see an ice effect. Let's look at the rest of this first. Hold on. Because it could be something on here that's like giving him something. So give me a second. Let me go through the rest of this. I'm just like looking through it all. You have no elemental resist. More life. So he is squishier and a motherfucker. Okay. Spell. Rarity. Okay, vulgar methods. Yeah, more crit. And then his rings are added fizz, added fire. And then this is added fire. This gives a lot of mana. If you have no spirit, how is he getting vulnerability? Oh, is this manual cast? Oh shit. Okay. Interesting. Get 30% of overkill damage to enemies within 2 meters of the killing enemy. So this is how he's getting his explosions. And then yeah, just more crit, more leech. I don't know where we're getting the explosions per se. I mean, not the explosions, but the cold. But more life, more life, more life. More life. This is more cast speed, more cast speed, more life, more life. This is more spell level. And then we got increase the cold, increase the critical chance, critical bonus, spell, increase cold. So he's getting increasements to cold. Either A, he couldn't afford anything different. Oh, here it is. Gain 15% of damage is extra cold. So this is where he's getting his cold damage. Increase critical strike damage bonus, damage recoup, blah, blah, blah. So he increases his cold damage here. He has the cold whenever he kills something. 30% of the overkill damage is exploded around him. So that's where he's getting the ice explosions. So it's literally this right here, Heart of the Well. But as you can see, 99, like 91% of his damage is physical. A little bit that you see is the cold. Like, it's very, very, very little. So the ice isn't really necessary. It's just a little additive. Made a hunter. Nice. Let's go dig. I want to get one of these. Uh, Goodness. It moved in the direction I didn't expect it to. Alright, so level 20s would cost me 1 chaos. Bro, you guys are high. Yeah, you're welcome, Juke. Thanks for the info though. Like this might help me. So I'm trying to find one that I could like use as a base, possibly. But 1C, bro? 1 and null? That's expensive for a level 20. I mean, level 20 is a little high end, so maybe we go with a level 18. That's still higher than what I'd be using. I think I'm on 14 still. So maybe we just say fuck it and just go with whatever the cheapest is, which is level 14, which is what I'm currently at anyway. Then we can invest into a heavier one later. But level 18 right here. I mean, I wish we could craft. I'm really bad at crafting. The problem is like increased spell damage, but I'm not stacking spell damage. But if it is a spell, I want to look up Reap really quick. Huey to Reap. I wanna look it up really quick and like look at some of the information on it. But I appreciate you, Duke. Hope I was able to help. And thank you for being here. Okay, that's taking too long to load. Okay. Now look at skill gems. I don't want skill gems. I want. Alright, here's Reap. Okay. It deals flat fizz in life on calling strike. It has calling strike. Critical weakness duration is 6 seconds. Helps with critting. But it is a spell, AoE, physical, and duration. So we can still take advantage of increasing its damage via AoE and physical. But it can't take advantage of melee. It is a spell. So, kind of cucking me there. Yeah, I wish the crafting was like PoE 1, but I do know with from what we've seen with the jawbones and the omens and stuff, you can get some crazy crafting going from what I've seen on Reddit. People have been posting. So using things like you could use these specific pieces to desecrates, right? Desecrate an item, add an unrevealed desecrated modifier. This is how you can add like the green modifiers, right? And then if modifiers are full, then remove modifier is all. Random modifier is also removed, modifier for a lot. So you don't want to do it before it's full, obviously. And then you use omens on top of that. I don't know what my omens are. If I'm being honest, I have no idea where my omens are. Couldn't tell you where I put them. Thought they'd be over here, but anyway, people have been talking about like using omens to craft and things like that.
like in combination with bones and stuff. I found one divine and I bought this. So I'm waiting until I'm level 79. I'm putting this on. I bought it and I didn't realize how the level of it. So I'm waiting to put this on. Not the best, but for one divine, it was pretty good. If you compare this to what I'm using right now, I'm currently using a 63 to 120 physical damage spear. So it's gonna more than like triple or quadruple my damage when I hit 79. And I am almost halfway to 73. So I needed to keep leveling. But yeah, I would love to get a reaping staff. Just to try it. Problem is like this is spell damage, right? And this is increased critical hit chance of spells, which is kind of okay. But then the rest of this just doesn't. But I need like 137 int to wear it. That's the problem. But I have to go through this. I think I need something that has like huge spell damage on it to give it just organically more damage. I mean, I can, like I said, I feel like you can technically use the same character, the Reap character, as the Rake character, because they're played as the same character. They're both as Blood Mage. They both kind of scale in the same way, but also slightly different, right? So one scales more bleed magnitude and crit, while the other one does spell damage and crit. The only difference here is Rake isn't spell, so that's why you opt out of the magnitude and into spell instead. So you would just have to refund some of your points on your tree to move it over, and then 2 points um on your ascendancy to move that over as well. And you could technically just play the same character with two different builds, testing both. But Cat, stop scratching at your bed. Jesus Christ. But I said I think I'm gonna try and get a reaping staff that has like good spell damage on it, because then it scales off of spell and scales off of biz. Like I'm not trying to do like extra damage. Damage is extra. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I'm just trying to get like, I want Reap to just hit like a truck by itself without me having to invest into it. So let us do this. Remove this. So this is a P6. Plus a P2. Oh, so it's 2. Interesting. Let's see if we can get like something like a 200 spell damage. So 1x for an 18, 200 spell damage. Damage is extra cold. Not too shabby for 1x. I probably want something with crit though. I just don't think 40% critical strike chance for spells is gonna be much of enough. Because if like the base crit chance is like, I don't know, 5, 40% isn't much. I feel like it's kind of wasted. I also need to find something that has low int requirements, because I don't have like any int. Yeah, 42 int. And the problem is that I think if I put something on with int in my offhand, I don't think the stats calculate for me, right? Yeah, because this one has dex on it, and see how my dex drops? And if I don't have the dex to put it back on, I don't think I can actually put it back on. I have to be careful with that. So basically I need to get to like 137 int. And I don't need int to be on it at that point. I mean, I'm tempted for this one purely just because it has less int requirement. Honestly tempted to pick up this just 1x one, honestly. I'm just gonna go buy this 1x one. And just tinker with it. I just need to get the int. Oh man. If we could fix yeah, level 78 as well. Like I said, if we could fix our map clear by doing this, I am going to be ecstatic. So, like I said, 78 for this, and I need to get more int, which isn't a big deal. I need to replace gear anyway. I haven't replaced like any of my gear. Could get a shield. Yeah, exactly. Item, shield. Okay. So let's do a quick little searchy search. No, okay. This is armor. Okay. But what is a good armor roll? Wow! Holy crap! Okay, that's some fucking armor for you. Holy moly. Okay. Let's start with 500. Okay, 500 is pretty cheap. Go to 1,000. A little more expensive. Okay. So let's try it. Regal, tolerable. Alright, so let's not tinker with that. Let's tinker with what do we need on our shield? Feel like shield wise, survivability is a good thing. I think we need block chance. We need a little bit more block chance. HP would be nice. Resistances would be nice. And armor also applies to elemental. I think that's really all we care about. Like, the life is fine, but I don't think it needs to have life. But we need, I think we need more dex. If I'm being honest, this has dex on it, which is gonna cuck us, and our new spear needs more dex. So I think we need to get dex on it as well. Okay, so let's tinker with this. So let's see if we can find one with dex. See if we can find one with, what did I say? Applies to armor. Those are the two that we really need. There's none. Oh, that's implicit. That's why. There we go. Okay. And we also want evasion to be 0. We want energy shield to be 0. We want armor to be at least 1. Did I do this backwards? I don't want any evasion. Uh, yeah, so they changed it. Can we add a group? Um, evasion. Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted to. No, that didn't work the way I wanted to either. Um, oh, that's annoying. I don't want. I want to remove the evasion. I don't want to see evasion. What if we do this? Breaks it again. Ah, how do I fix this? Do this in PoE 1 easy. I'm just getting annoyed because I should be able to filter out anything with evasion rating. Alright, how about we do... Okay. It just breaks it every time. Well, that's fucking frustrating. It's like everything has evasion on it. I don't want evasion. Like, why does everything have evasion? Oh, is it because it has dex? Oh. I think it's because if it has dex on it, it has to have evasion. I forgot about that. Yeah, because if we uncheck this, I'm not seeing any energy shield ones, right? There we go. See, so it does work. It's just the dex roll can't go on it unless it has evasion, right? Okay. Yeah. I figured it out finally. Okay, so we can't roll dex on it and get flat armor. That's fine. Okay. Well, what can we roll on a shield then? Because I'm wondering if we can get like added fizz damage to attacks. Uh, Something like that? Okay. Guess not. Okay. Um, can we roll fizz percent? Okay. I guess this is just a defensive stat. So yeah, it's just gonna be like all about the armor and resist. So thing is like if I all I can get is resist on this here, I want to actually look something up really quick. Builds. Let's go to a Rake build really quick. Um, Interesting that people are playing Rake as a Warbringer. Actually, kind of talk about it. All right, so this guy. So this is like what I'm thinking. I was trying to get inspiration here. So armor, life, resist, resist, resist. So that's what I'm thinking. It's like just shit ton of like defensive layers on the shield. That's kind of what I'm thinking. He's got a really good spear too. Okay. Interesting he's playing as a Warbringer though. So let's get some inspiration from this guy. So he's obviously doing Jade and breaking armor, block chance, pretty cool. Blocking hits, okay. And then he went with the damage over here that I thought. He went with this damage. He went with that damage. He picked up area damage, not a bad option. Um. Oh, he did go crits though. That's actually a good idea if you can get enough crit. This is why I wanted to switch to crit at some point, but the crit switch is expensive. And then he picked up those. He picked up chance to block. Pretty nice. I was thinking about that as well. And the one-handers. He also picked up more block. He went down this route. He picked up more block. Chance to inflict bleed, magnitude. So he picked up the magnitude wheel. Oh, damage per block chance. That's why he's picking up all the block. Okay. That's actually not a bad option since I'm going for block anyway. That picking up block over here. Could get more block nodes and pick this up in place of the strength node. That's actually good. I can drop this. I could probably drop. Wait. I could probably drop. I can drop this. I can drop all of this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 or 14 points. And I can drop this wheel as well, which is another 5. So I get almost 20 points back. But I can pick up this. Like I said, I can pick up all the block nodes. And I can pick up damage per block. So like this alone is 10, 17, 24. So I was like, that's a lot of block, bro. That is a lot of block. That's an actual shit ton of block. Okay, so this is 7%, 7%. That's so much better than this because it's 1% per 15. That's 7% damage, 7%. That's 14% damage. That's another 28% damage. Yeah, that's huge for me. And then I can pick up this block on the way down. And then attack damage while holding a shield. We can actually pick up this whole wheel. This is huge. Okay. That's nice. I like that. That's a great idea. But then he went down here for area damage and armor break, which I'm not worried about. He went with the more magnitude, which I don't want to branch down here. Because he went with like crit magnitudes. He went with more block chance down here. I'm not gonna go down to here. I'm gonna stay over here. But that's a okay. I like that idea. We can make that change actually like right now. How do I reset my points while I'm here? Passives. All right. Hopefully this doesn't cuck my build. I'm being honest. All right. So in order, we'd have to actually connect it. All right, because I want to get rid of this. Because like it's 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to here. 1, 2, 3. Only 3 to get to here. Okay, so we do save a point going that way. Okay, so let's refund these points. Grab these. We need one more intelligence. We need more decks, so I'll put more decks in. Apply those. And then refund decks. He's gonna probably dex cuck us so hard. Oh, we're still good on decks for now. Okay. So that gives us that, which then allows me to go up here. So we get another jewel socket, we get all this damage. We have all that damage, we have this survivability. We don't need these, don't need that. We're good there. We can also pick up the block here. But I feel like we need this first before we pick up the block node. Do we have any more points? Oh, we have no more points. Okay. So yeah, now we have that for more damage. Oh, I like that a lot. We could probably drop this too. All the extra armor. But I kind of like having the armor for defensive players. Oh, we can drop all the strength too, right? I don't know how much strength we need. We have 130 strength. But we could probably drop strength nodes here. I'm worried that if I drop all of this... Yeah, I can't drop all of it yet. We can now pick up that. And then down here, we can pick up 5 strength to get... Try and work our way to getting rid of beef. And we might be able to keep beef, but just for a stat stick. 2 points. Pretty good strength points. Alright, I think that's a little better. I don't think our damage changed all that much. But anyway, what I was talking about before is... I was trying to show this off before I got sidetracked. Put a socket for what? Sorry, Junk, I was definitely sidetracked like a motherfucker. This is what I was talking about. For like map clearing, Spearfield is pretty okay. See what I mean? Like, it just kind of clears, but I just don't have the damage for it to really do anything. You see what I mean about Spearfield? It's cool. It just doesn't do a lot of damage right now. Woo! That hurt. Yeah, I don't know. Spearfield's cool, but I don't think it's great. Like, you see how much faster this is than just doing Spearfield? Oh, I charged right into that. I think I'm gonna buy a perfect jeweler though. But they're so rare. I kind of want to put it on Rake. An ancestral boost Rake. Just to see how it feels. But yeah, this is my only problem I have with my build right now. Is just the map clear is just so flippin' slow, bro. But oh man, I am so excited to try Reap though. Like I said, finding a way to scale it is gonna be our problem though. Because I have a lot of melee nodes. I feel like in order to scale it, I need to go more generic. So like damage while holding a shield, uh, damage per block, um, area damage because you know both skills scale with area, fizz damage itself. You know anything that can technically work for both skills. Kind of what I think I need to focus into. It's like one reap, bro. I hadn't even finished yet. It just takes so long for it to bleed down because of the bleed damage is a little low based off the amount of damage. The problem I'm gonna run into at a certain point is going to be my reap's gonna do so much damage that they're not gonna die to bleed. Which is why I need a different skill. It doesn't have to be reap. I'm just wondering if there's another item in the game that will give me a skill like reap, right? That I can scale the same way I'm scaling the rest of my stuff. Like I said, the only problem I have with reap is its spell. It does scale similarly to the rest of it. Or generically, right? Like crit would be good. Obviously, I don't know if I want to add bleed to it. I think I just want it to be just a big hit, so it's not bleed oriented. Because if that's the case, then we drop Herald of Blood. Now worry about bleed explosions. The only reason we're running it right now is because it gives us huge bleed explosions for map clear. But we can drop Herald of Blood or like something else. Maybe like a blasphemy. Could actually run a blasphemy at that point. Possibly a because yeah, we can run like blasphemy vulnerability. We could run At Tame a Beast. What just happened? A Tame a Beast for just more raw fizz damage. That could be huge for us. Oh man. Yeah, I think that might be what we look for, is like a huge fizz beast, and then make the conversion over to non-heralded blood. Guy actually hit me. Or I hit him. Might have to look into some more skills though. Skills that come off of weapons, not skills that come from skill gems. But even if it's like a unique weapon, like I'm down. Something just for map clear, man. That's all I want. I want something that scales the same way as Reap. That I can scale its damage and not worry about bleed specifically. That I use specifically just to clear the damn game. Reap clear or Rake clear is really slow. Yo, what up, mate? How's life, man? You back on your normal schedule? Or are you still on mornings right now?
Would you like a cup of water?
Doing homework? Oh, okay.
Right now.
Thanks for the hydrate. I still want this for stun buildup on bosses. Alright, cool. Now I don't know where I've been because the map reloaded. No, I ran around the north side. Wonder if we could do that with Spearfield instead of more like using the things for bleed magnitude. Ooh, what if we did that? Yeah, what if we took off bleed and deep cuts? And then we just put in some damage nodes. And we were just like blah 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 and just cucking the screen. Still slow right now, but we didn't put any damage nodes in yet. Yo, Master, what's going on, man? Did you get both bouquet of those or just the one so far? Okay. Yeah, I was gonna help you last night, but I ended up getting off. Yeah, I was working and I had a bunch of stuff to do. And then on stream days, I don't normally get on the computer early enough to help anybody with anything. What are these? Oh shit! It's not a boss. Oh my god! Okay, I was not expecting that. Okay. I was like, yeah, I'll just sidestep the attack. I'll just sidestep the attack. I was not expecting that. Ooh. Where's it? Yeah, see, that gives us unleash. Not really what we're looking for. Huh. Okay. Well, didn't expect to die there. That was unexpected. But yeah, Master, if you run into a situation where you need help with something, like I said before, like, or if you need help grinding something, or you can't clear something, or you just want help with something, feel free to ask. Like I said, just add me in the Discord though, because when I'm watching TV, sometimes it's not like it's in the background, right? And I don't see the messages or hear them because I have my notifications off, except for people that add me. Alright, good enough. Oh man. Grant's parry, which I'm not really running, so we're not going to use that. Could augment that. Alright, let's augment this. Nope. That. Then. Oh, there they are. I was wondering where my omens went. Found them. Alright. Get rid of these. Yeah, you get your second stride max. Yeah, it's huge. I'm currently just AFK right now. Yeah, I'm just cranium cooking right now. But I maxed another vial, I think. Yeah, I got these vials maxed now. I'm working on this one. It's really close. I'm gonna max this one probably in a day or two. And then I need to add... I'm currently farming for this one. It's gonna take us forever. Especially with like the low drop rate I have. I farmed it all night and got like I think I farmed it for about 18 hours now and I've got 64 pearlers. This is gonna take forever with 20 drop rate. This is terrible. But I currently moved my characters around. These guys are catching technically currently, so they can get some statues. This guy's chopping for statues. These guys are still doing Gmush because I got my 100 billion Gmush done, but just keeping them on Gmush. Like I said, I'm farming on this guy to do that. I'm leveling up my cooking right now and getting ladles with him. Farming potatoes for statues on him. farming for another WoW, and then more statues. So I'm statue farming right now, technically, while working on other things. That's what I'm currently doing. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I either do it with 20 drop rate or I never do it at all. That's the thing, mate. Right? It's one of those, oh, we'll only do it if you have 100 drop rate, but I'm never going to get to 100 drop rate. So it's either I do it with my low drop rate or I don't do it at all. That's my problem. Right? And yes, it's not worth my time doing it, but I'm cranium cooking doing it. I would like to actually be able to do it while I'm working on like either Windwalker, Deathbringer, or Arcanist, right? Yeah, and in the forms, so I can get Dust or Tesseracts and stuff like that. But I can't get my Tesseracts at that point. I needed to Cranium Cook last night, which is why I'm on the Arcanist doing it right now instead of one of the other guys. Because I had no liquids. So I needed to, so I just said, oh, I need liquid, let's just go Cranium Cook. You know, get my liquids back up and get some perlers. So like I said, I'm gonna do it on one of the other characters to farm bones or something and level up that stuff. So at least I'm doing something. Yeah, I mean, getting to 50 is doable, right? But getting over 100, I feel like is kind of a feat that I probably won't hit anytime soon, if ever. You know what I mean? I don't know where I'm missing. Obviously, gear, right? Getting the higher tier gear would help, because isn't there gear that gives drop rate or something? I don't know where I'm missing it, if I'm being honest. Like, I really don't. Like, I feel like my meals are coming along, my alchemy's coming along, but my drop rate is just not really coming along. I also need to farm cards at some point, too. I have one Ruby card set I haven't finished in World 1. And then I haven't started on World 2 yet because I haven't started WoW in World 2 yet. But I have one card set to finish in World 1. But basically, Ruby card farming, right? While WoWing. I'm working on my statues. And then I'm going to eventually sit down and work towards like my Deathbringer, Windwalker, and Arcanist forms. It's not that I'm putting them off per se. It's just I'm doing a bunch of other things instead of focusing on that right now. But yeah, I need to figure out where to get more drop rate because I'm at 20 on that guy. Now, granted, I don't know if I have all the drop rate stuff attached, like cards, card sets. I probably don't even have my opals on them. I might have I have my family opals, but maybe not my like actual personal opals on them. So like some of that could definitely bump it up a little bit, but I don't think I'm gonna get it to 50. Most of my guys are roughly around 15 to 20 right now. Oh. Oh, that reminds me, my farming's slowly coming together now. I'm actually making some good progress now that I got the chance to double harvest. You know, getting more harvest per harvest. Once I started leveling that up, I started getting a lot of crop. And that really started to like make progress. And then I unlocked a couple more farming plots, which helped. But yeah, I'm making actual progress on the day and night market right now. Well, the day market right now specifically. But yeah, my farming's actually making progress right now, and I'm pretty stoked about that. My sailing needs one more thing, and my sailing is done. And then I'll start putting more focus into my gaming. 'Cause I have 2 gaming things to get done. Like I don't really care if my snail is max level, but I just need 2 more super bits, and my gaming's pretty much done. You loving the Demon Hunter? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna help you with it last night, but I don't think you were ready for it, and I wasn't gonna be on for very long last night, so I didn't have a screaming face either, so it would have took 20-30 minutes instead of 5. Pip, what's going on, man? I do need to eat soon, guys. Like I said, I literally woke up when stream was supposed to start, so I came down, turned on the stream, went and fed the dogs, put some clothes on, went to the bathroom, got a drink of water. I haven't eaten yet, and I've already been streaming for almost 2 hours and 15 minutes. I've been up for like 2.5 hours, and I haven't eaten yet, so I'm really hungry at this point. Oh, they got a Paragon power level? Really? Interesting. Rage muted? What? No, I'm not muted. No? I don't think I'm muted. You guys can hear me, right? I've been talking this whole damn time. Mate, am I muted? I mean, it won't take me long, Fip. I'm literally just gonna go microwave the last of my lasagna. So it'll take like 2 minutes. Well, probably like 3, because I gotta take it out of the container. I gotta put it in the bowl. I gotta turn on the thing. I gotta wait for it. Then I gotta grab it and then come downstairs. So 3 or 4 minutes probably. That won't take long. I'm not gonna actually make food. Oh, it fell. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got me in the ankle. Gripped me. It doesn't help that abysses, they take forever to clear for me. Like I said, it's all about this clear speed, man. I'm lacking so much clear speed. I really hope Reap works. Or I can get it to work. Because if I can just like run and then just like right click like once or twice, clear like a massive room like this, and just run off, like that would be huge for us. Put that on fire, dude. He'd be funny. Bro, this abyss never ends. Bro, this abyss is huge. Crazy how big this abyss is. Look, it's still going. Bro, what is this shit? Bro, I already cleared the map, but this abyss is just massive. What in the actual fuck is going on here? Yeah, that ice meteor one was really cool, Topher. The one thing I liked about it is since Frostbolt's like is a projectile and it keeps going, it allows you to kind of follow it and get map clear indirectly from it. You only have to cast it like once or twice, right? And like I said, you kind of just follow it after you cast it, so you can get more clear with it, right? And then the meteor is just proccing based off of that is really cool because it's extra additive damage to the build. Really cool. It was really cool. But I saw this build earlier, Fip. Pull it up really quick. So it's Reap. It's actually crazy. It actually lags the computer right here when he goes to attack, but yeah, it lags. But like, it just widescreen just hits the whole thing, and then like boss potential as well. But I want to try it so bad. So I bought a Reap staff to try it. Yeah, I bought a Reap staff to try it. The problem I have with it is it's a physical based spell, right? Not an attack. So it's a spell. That's the problem I have. So playing it as a Titan, I don't know if it'll work because a lot of the stuff I'm scaling is attack and melee damage, right? Because like Reap, for example, so Rake is melee, strike, physical, AoE, and then Blood Hunt is melee, strike, physical, and AoE, right? So they both scale the same way, but Reap scales a little bit differently. We also changed our build slightly, so we got rid of the stun build up and the strength. Right, we got rid of this nodes down here. We need to keep the strength, but we picked up this, so 1% damage per 1% block chance. And we get a ton of block. We get a ton more block over here. We're gonna get more block right here. We're gonna get a bunch of damage, and then we're gonna get damage while holding a shield as well, like we did over here, right? So that's gonna really help us with damage scaling. That's generic damage scaling. Plus we have like I said, the melee ones aren't gonna do anything for us, right? And then like so all these melee ones don't do anything for Reap. But like the generic damage with one-handers, this isn't gonna help us either because Spear's one hand, but Reap is not. So what I was thinking is weapon set 1 would be one-hander, weapon set 2 since staff would be two-hander, and I would pick up like all the damage while wearing a two-handed weapon. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it earlier, but like I said, it's physical, spell, and AOE is what it's tagged as, Fit. So I can scale it off of Fizz, so like physical damage up here. I can scale it off of AOE, but like this melee damage won't do anything for it. This attack damage won't do anything for it. Um, you know, this is attack damage won't do anything for it. This base damage will. Um, this is attack damage once again. Like, but two-handed, like damage with increased damage with two-handed weapons would work. Yeah, and spell damage. Yeah. Yeah, and I can't go with crit, right? So that's the problem. Is like, uh, being on this side of the tree, I have a little bit of crit here, but that's for attacks. Once again, doesn't help us. So, like I said, crit can't be a thing. So I did buy a base. It's a level 18 base. It was just cheap. It was 1 Exalt. It has over 200 increased spell damage on it. So that's one thing to increase its damage for me. I think that's really the only thing I grabbed on it. Like, I don't care about anything else. It's a level 18 with 200 spell damage on it. Oh, and I think it has 38% of damage as extra fire damage, or as extra cold damage on it as well. So it's 38% more damage, like added damage. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was like a level 18 with 200 spell on it with like very little scaling on the tree. Like literally all I'm trying to use it for, Fip, is map clear. I'm trying to use it for white mob clearing. Like all this, like all these mobs, all this slow ass like map clearing. I want to fix it with Reap. Because if I can literally just walk up to an area that's like a ton of mobs like that, and I can just reap the screen, That's all I want for. It doesn't need to do massive damage. It doesn't need to be 200,000, 200 million DPS or anything. It literally needs to be enough to kill white mobs. And anything that's like yellows or whatever, I'm just gonna rake and blood hunt. That's literally all I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm not trying to make it bleed. I'm not trying to make it do anything else. I'm literally just putting as much upfront raw damage on it as I possibly can so I can nuke white. Literally all I want, because that's what's hurting my build right now. It's literally all these whites that I have to single target one at a time. That's what's literally ruining the build for me. If I had more speed, more map clear, and I could get through it faster, the build would feel phenomenal. Because the actual boss potential is insane.
There's an old man and there's a young kid at the light. So what do you hit first?
The old man?
Neither.
Suppose because the young kid has the whole life.
No, no, no! You hit the brakes!
You hit neither, you dumb. What the shit? Oh, you hit the old man. No, you hit the brakes. That's good. Yeah, so Rake isn't gonna have pen or armor break on it. I literally don't need it. Like, armor break would help in theory, Fip, because I'll hit harder. You're not wrong. I don't really care about pen either. Literally, so the way my Rake and Blood Hunt is gonna work once I get a perfect thing for it is I'm going to rake in, right? And it's basically just gonna be as much fizz damage as possible. It's just gonna hit as hard as possible. So my last one, I think is momentum. So when I dash with Rake, I'll get a 40% more damage. So I'll put momentum on here. So that'll be my Rake. My Impale, my next one, or sorry, my Blood Hunt is gonna have Impale on it. So it's basically gonna be this. So 30% more melee fizz. It's gonna have brutality. It's gonna have close combat, momentum, so because it dashes, right? And then it's gonna have Impale on it. And the reason for that is I'm gonna Rake, and disengage, right, just to get my distance, right? And then my disengage will basically apply a holy descent for, you know, consecrated ground, maybe a little bit of rage, sure, whatever. And then I'm gonna wait. My rage is gonna fall off, so it's whatever. I need to find another way to like maintain rage or something or whatever. Anyway, not really worried about that. But the disengage is just so I don't take the damage, right? And then after about 4 or 5 seconds, I'm just gonna let the bleed tick, and then I'm gonna Blood Hunt. Blood Hunt will apply the non-mitigated damage dealt and on the Impale, right? I do not have +7 gem on staff, no. That would be insane. The staff that I found that was really cheap is literally just this. It's just 200% spell damage. It's, you know, 38% damage is extra cold, and then just generic mana stuff. I literally just picked it up. It was 1x. I was like, sure, fuck it. 1x, cheap. Right? So I could slam this. And see if we hit something. But this is all I got. Anyway, so the goal of the Reap Blood Hunt is Reap, wait for the bleed to finish, and then I Blood Hunt to get a good Impale, and then I dodge roll out right into a Reap to get a bigger bleed, wait for that to tick down, Blood Hunt, roll out, you know, Rake again, rinse and repeat, and every time I do that rotation, the bleed will be bigger. The Blood Hunt will be bigger every single time. Sorcery Essence is 100% +5 suffix. Wait, what? What do you mean? We're talking about using one of these? Like, what are we talking about using? Sorry. I don't think I have any of those. I mean, I don't have perfects for sure, but I don't know what the sorcery one is. Do all spell skills? Ooh. Wait, is that just an additive though, or does it re-roll it? This is just upgrades of magic to a rare. I'm assuming the higher tier ones. What's it called again? Let me look it up. Wait, I don't see any. That's what I was about to do. This thing? Swan stat. Yeah, okay. So it removes a random modifier and augments a rare item with a new guaranteed So the only downside I see to this is it's going to remove a random modifier. Oh, really? Wait, why would it guarantee remove one suffix? I don't know what's a suffix and what's a prefix here, if I'm being honest. But I have a hybrid spell mana with spell. Then I have the extra, and then I have the mana. Oh, got you. Wait, how do you know I got 3 prefixes? Do you just know which one's a prefix and suffix? Because like in PoE 1, it would tell you. It would say like P, right? What do you mean? I'm looking right at it. I see 150 increased spell damage T. T1. Just tells me the T1. Doesn't say it's a prefix. And then it just says the other one is increased spell damage, increased mana, T4. Doesn't say it's a prefix. Like, where do you see the division between prefixes and suffixes? Are you talking about? Oh my god, it's so tiny. And this like this is covering it. You fucking kidding me? Bro, make that more pronounced. Yeah, I was just looking at this. I mean, I could hover over it too. I didn't see this like background grayish kind of just faded. That's dumb. Okay. So yeah, T3 mana. I mean, we can slam this. And then I don't think we can purchase one of these. It's a little expensive probably. What do I have? Exalts? 35? I need 1. I mean, we could do this. That's not too bad. That's relatively cheap. And then I would just have to X slam it twice to fill it up. I don't know how to do that. How do you do both? Is it this? I don't know the difference between these two. Oh, so use this one by itself and then use an X after? What's the difference in the jawbones though? Oh. How do I know which one's bigger? I don't know how to tell which one's the bigger one. So you want me to just like bow? So you want me to use the preserved and just slam it? Okay. Do I have to take it there now? To figure out what it is? And then X slam it, you said? No what? I don't care for mana regen. I have mana leech right now from this ring. Phys attack damage is mana. That could be bad. But yeah, I know I don't want to remove it. That's why I was asking, like, what do I exalt orbit this? And like I don't even know how to add like to fix the desecrated like gibberish. Oh, don't reveal it so I can't remove it? Gotcha. And then X slam it, then use the essence. I don't have one. Look. Talk about this one, or you said greater? This thing? That's the same price. 4x for one of those? Oh. That's fine. Whatever. Alright. So we greater. Boom. Wow, did we seriously just hit a life per kill? Okay. That's fucking dreadful. Alright, and then we just slam it with one of these. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It rolled a T2 life per kill, and I'm like, ugh. Okay, we got rid of the mana. I would have rather had the mana than life per kill, but hey, 50-50 shot, right? Alright, and then I have to just take it to like the one place to identify it. This place. Okay, what's the I want to reroll do? Yeah, that's not worth my price right now. Not for a level 18 Reap. Like, I don't mind spending like 10, 15x. Like, that's fine. Was it? Motherfucker, just let me type! Which one is it? Is it this one? Yeah, they're about 50. How does this work? While this item is active in your inventory, the next time you reveal desecrated modifier, you can reroll the option once. Oh, so you get 2 chances at a good reveal. Interesting. Okay, well, so we can hold off on this for now. That's actually worth waiting. I can't wait until 78 anyway. I'm 173 or 74. I just hit. I don't mind waiting anyway. Alright, we need Problem is this has dex, my other one does not. I need more dex and I need more int. But we are that starved. So hard on this build right now. Because here's the problem. I need 137 int for this. And I need 127 dex for this. That is really fucking us right now. Let's put these away. Oh yeah. We were thinking about boosting out Spearfield for a minute. I just want to increase Spearfield's damage itself. So we would like to pick up Heavy Swing. I don't know what else to put on it though. Heavy Swing can go here. Well, maybe this one does get heft. Cool. I don't mind losing a little bit of attack speed on it for 30% more melee damage. That's huge. Oh, I had a heavy swing. Oh, what we could do. I was thinking incision. So, supported attacks, supported skills inflict incision on hit, which causes enemies to be increasingly more likely to be inflicted with a bleed. All incisions is removed from a target on inflicting it with a bleed. But it basically is 3% more magnitude of bleeding. Inflicted with supported skill. So I don't understand that. So, if incisions are removed when you inflict a bleed, I'm so confused. Can you explain this one to me, Poop? I don't understand this. So, if hits from supported skills inflict incisions, cool. You inflict incisions. But it consumes the incisions on a bleed to give you more magnitude. But it says, with supported skill, or incision consumed. I don't understand how this skill gem works. Because the first part basically says that it can inflict an incision, but the second part states that supported skills get more bleed magnitude per incision consumed. So does this skill also have to do the bleed? So you have like a low bleed chance on it, so you have time to build up incisions? And then for it randomly to proc a bleed to give it more magnitude? Is that how it works? Or can you use this to build incisions and then Rake, which is a guaranteed bleed, to take advantage of consuming the incisions? Right? Because if that's the case, I feel like this would be better than deep cuts. Never mind. No, it wouldn't. This is only 30% more magnitude. Never mind. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So you put incision on, say, Rake to consume the incisions. So you put this on Rake to consume the incisions, but you build them on another one that can't bleed, but can build incisions. So not great. I'm just trying to figure out what to put on this. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, if I put this, I'm gonna grab a 4 instead. If I put this on Spearfield, right, just to apply incisions, right, and then I rake them, would rake actually remove the incisions? Because the incisions skill specifically states supported skills, right? So if I was to like, oh, maybe it does. I need a harder mob to test it. I need one that actually had some HP. Yeah, I need one with some more HP, so after I put some incisions, I can rake it and just see if it actually works. Because right now, by the time I do that, they die. No! 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 Fuck! I knew that was gonna happen. I didn't see them at first, and then I just... Okay. So if we incision this guy, right, and then we rake him, it does! Yo! That's sick. That's sick! I like that. I do like that. That gives us quite a bit more magnitude we can work with. Granted, I have to stack it, right? It is. I would need like spear thrust, right? Or rapid assault or whatever. Something that hits like multiple times in a row. I don't have one. Yeah, I would need something like this. 6 attacks with like heavy attack speed. Because it doesn't need to hit hard. It just needs to hit fast to stack up the 10 incisions. So that is interesting. That's definitely interesting. But the idea behind incision or behind Spearfield was to be my map clear until I can get to Reap. Right? That's kind of the idea behind I was just looking to see like what I could put on it to like help. To, like push the content a little bit further, you know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Rapid Assault's a great option. Because it attacks 6 times, you know, per attack, and it's really fast. I think that's a good option for us. Keeps us in the spear family as well. So I'm okay with that. It's just another button for a boss. It's like literally a boss mechanic skill. I basically can just start it off with incision. The only problem with the incision on like an actual boss is the way I have my blood hunt set up, it won't work the way I want it to, because I want to basically revolve around the impale from blood hunt to be applied to my next rake, right? And I can't take the impale from blood hunt onto rake if I'm doing rapid assault in between to build the incisions. But I could technically do the incisions at the start of the fight, so my first rake is stronger. Get the scaling started sooner, in theory. It's a cool idea, though. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Fibs, like maybe start it, just use it for the very start of the fight to give me that 30% more bleed damage right at the beginning. It starts the ramp at a much higher position. 30% more bleed right out the gate is pretty strong. Yeah, the thing is, like, I'm thinking like in-game like potentially, right? It's like if I was to go up against one of like the super pinnacle bosses at the very end of the game, the idea is like I could use incision at the very beginning, but I definitely won't have enough with like one rake plus one blood hunt to kill a pinnacle boss, right? No matter how strong my build is. Rapid assault's really fast. I can put it on and show you if you want. There, I'll use it on this guy since he's kind of stationary. I have to go pick it up though. So it does 6 in one attack. I don't know if there's a way to get it to 10 in one cast. Right. So basically, rapid assault, and like you just put like rapid attacks on it, right? And it's an incision, something like that, right? And then we could put on rapid assault. So basically, I would just go. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, see, that's the problem. I have generic and chance to bleed. Oh, I have a solution. I have a solution. Hold on, I have a solution. I have a solution. But the skill isn't meant to do damage anyway. I have a solution. Bleed 4. Yes, it can bleed because I have generic bleed on the tree. But see, this one hits from the supported skill inflict incision. Supported skills cannot cause bleed. But my question is, where'd it go? Did I not get it? I'm even more confused. Did I not select it? Oh, okay. I was looking for a number. Thanks. Yeah, I was looking for a number. So what I'm wondering is if this hits from supported skills inflict incision, right? I feel like I can apply incision with this, but this needs to be on Rake to take advantage of the magnitude. The incision itself, incision is debuff which causes the target to gain increasingly higher chance to be inflicted with bleed with hits. All incision stacks removed when the bleeding is affected. So incision just gives it a chance to bleed. Each stack of incision applies a chance to inflict bleed with hit. Maximum of 10 incisions stacks per. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was doing. No, it says hits from this can inflict incision, just like this one does. But then it also states 3% magnitude of bleeding inflicted with supported skills per incision consumed recently. Up to 30. So as long as I consume 30, as long as I consume 10 incisions, I will get 30% more magnitude. Yeah. You know, actually, I'm curious on this. 30% more magnitude of magnitude of bleeding, inflicted with supported skill. Okay, yeah. So it does need to be on there. So the skill doesn't need to be the one that consumes the bleeds, but the bleeds had to be consumed recently within the last 4 seconds, and then hit with this. So it doesn't work the way I hoped, but this one won't consume the bleeds anymore. At least this one won't consume the bleeds anymore. So we'll try it again to see how fast we can stock the bleeds or the incisions. I'll just find a single mob like this. I'll fight some of these. I want to fight the thing on the ground, so. It will. As like as like my last support gem, I could put incision on it, so it will consume the incisions on its first hit. Well, here's what I'm thinking, Pip. Maybe I have 2 rakes. One to start the fight that has the incision support, and one that doesn't have incision but has more damage. There's momentum for more damage. It won't be consuming incisions after that, so it's kind of a wasted support gem. But here's how fast it'll. Yeah, 2 casts, and each cast is roughly a second, so it takes about 2 seconds to get the 10 stacks. Rake cannot unless I put bleed 4 on it. Because it only hits once and it guaranteed bleeds. Because Rake itself has a guaranteed bleed built into it. So you see how it states inflicts bleed on hit, like, or just the skill itself just inflicts bleed on hit. So it's like a pseudo extra link on the skill, which is why Rake is so good for bleed. You don't need to socket a bleed support in it, and you don't need to get bleed on the tree to guarantee bleed. Yes. So I would have one Rake set up the way this one is, and I'd have another one set up the same way, but the last support gem would be Incision instead of Momentum. That way, at the very start of a fight, after I've built up the incisions, I can hit him with the incision rake to take advantage of the bleed magnitude of the incision. And then after that one's done and I blood hunt and I get the impale, then I use the regular damage oriented break to just go on with the fight, because I won't be stacking incisions after that. It's an idea. From Zerk? Wait, what's that? I feel like it's a little too much. It's getting a little too complicated at that point. So I feel like it's not really worth the effort. Yeah, like I said, I think it's fine the way it is. Like I said, I think like I said, the only problem I'm trying to solve with this build is my map clear. And I'm thinking, if I can, I need to buy some gear that has base stats, right? I need to get some more int, and I need to get some more dex. So if I can get my int sorted, I can get the reap staff on. And then at 78, when I can put reap on and I can, you know, I have the int for it, I could try to fiddle around with reap for map clear. And that's kind of like where our testing is going to go. It's going to go into like testing like map clear skills, because stampede isn't an option. Like, it doesn't have enough AoE, it doesn't have enough damage. It's not a good map clear skill unless you're like heavily built into stampede specifically. That would be huge. Amulet with 21 all stats would be massive. I also need to get gear with added fizz damage to attacks. I really do. Like, that's kind of like my goated stat that I need, since I'm just pure fizz damage and I'm pure, you know, bleed. I need to scale my damage significantly. And I think the added fizz will help with reap as well, since reap is a physical based skill. Yeah, man, I could do that. Yeah, getting like an amulet with all stat implicit, and then getting suffixes with like int and dex on it. I mean, I still can get some from the tree. Obviously, I need to, regardless, because I need so much. I basically need 140 int and 130 dex to be able to wear both. And then I need to maintain roughly 100 strength. So stats wise, it's a little rough. It's a prefix, is it? Yeah. I think I need that though, because I know I can get it on gloves. I know I can get it on jewelry. So getting that would significantly juice our damage. I'm just hoping reap actually has a pretty big area of effect. Yeah, so it's actually 100, 130, 140. That's the bare minimum. Technically, it's strength is above what I have. It's fine. That's why I said 100. But I need 127, 137. And then the rest can go into strength. And then I need to get magnitude jewelry. Or not jewelry, but jewels, gems, whatever, for the tree. Fear requires 127. which is why I said 130. Oh, I didn't think about level 20 Reap. I was just thinking about the one I could get now. You're right. So I need like roughly 160 int. Yeah. You're right. I forgot about level 20. But I figured I wouldn't be on a level 20 Reap for a very long time. Because to buy one, minimum level 20 Reap is like 1 chaos. Or 1 annul. For like a cheap, just generic dog shit one. My resistances are really bad. The problem is like my resistances almost don't matter all that much because I have, I think, 60 or 70% of my armor is being applied to my elemental damage taken.
Would you like a cup of water? 'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yeah, thanks for the hydrate. Let's go. I lost my water. Great. Yeah, if you look at it, elemental damage reduction against hits is 53% right now. Just for my armor. Because I have this wheel up here, 30%, and then I got another 44% for cold, lightning, and fire. Right? So I have those. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to go deal with something. Yeah, I'm not worried about the chaos right now, but like I said, like the main thing is like I'm relying upon heavy armor to be allocated towards my elemental damage taken. So that's like what I'm using this for. I think we're gonna remove this note as well. But yeah, so we're relying upon this to keep us alive, which is like, yeah, we have capped resist here and almost capped lightning. But also, our strength is 94 with us having the 25 in the 12 node here. So I need to find more strength as well somewhere. I was thinking about getting it on the shield since it's a armor-based shield. And I have bad armor. That's the thing. Like, I only have 3,300 armor, almost 3,400 armor. The more armor I get, the more this will help, but I still need to be capped on resist. No, I agree. I need to have cap resistances regardless, but this is like the additive, right? It's that defensive layer on top of my resist to help me with elemental damages specifically. That's the goal, right? Is to have capped resist plus having that armor value helping us, right? That's kind of like what I'm shooting for and what we're working towards. Okay, boss, let's go. Get rid of these ads first. So like this is, I'm gonna show you like the goal, right? Oh shit. Something's wrong. He's just bleeding, but I can't blood hunt. Alright, hold on. I need to fix something. Oh, it is working. But for some reason this mob works differently. Okay. Yeah, see, it's bleeding, but it's not actually like... It's not allowing her to, me to blood hunt her. Which is interesting. Where'd she die? There. Oh, it's a rogue? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting that, like, it wasn't showing me blood loss, like it does in all my other mobs. So I was like, wait, what's going on? Why is... I thought maybe why I messed up one of my supports or something. But she wasn't, like, she was bleeding, but I wasn't being able to take advantage of the blood loss. Yeah, I saw the T4 ring just now. But yeah, like I said, I need to get a little bit more strength via my gear. Obviously, I can get it on the shield since I'm going to be running an armor-based shield. I'm going to get a lot more armor on the shield because more armor on the shield would give us more raw damage. It doesn't help us for the Reap, but it helps us for Rake and Blood Hunt specifically. But if we can get raw damage on like rings, amulets, and gloves, that will help us as well. But I think we need to look into, like you said, getting an amulet that has like all stat on it, so we can get some int and dex sorted. We need to look into getting some more stats on maybe like a helmet or my gloves, like maybe an armor piece, like you said, maybe some runes to help. Yeah, gear's gonna be rough. Gearing this character is going to be rough to somehow get 157 and 127 dex and then like over 100 strength. I think it's gearing wise, it's going to be rough. Like, unless I get an Astramentus, which is possible, we could just grab an Astramentus for gearing purposes. Like, it is definitely a viable option. Doesn't do a whole lot for us other than giving us 100 of all stats. But that's huge. We do give up the amulet itself for the all stats, but it frees up all of our Civic slots for all of our other gear and makes gearing much simpler. So it's possible. It's probably our only true viable option, unless we're going to pay really big dick money for gear across the board. Which, don't get me wrong, that's obviously an option as well, right? Start with the Astramentus, and then work into big dick expensive gear after that. An option. But also, when we make the switch to Reap Pip, we're going to be dropping Herald of Blood. And my thought process was taming a yellow beast that has raw added fizz damage. Because my buddy Edge was telling me he has one that has a aura of some kind that just gives him raw fizz damage. Just like extra fizz damage to attack, to like something. Or whatever. So he has one of those. So I was thinking, okay, well, what if we got a yellow pet like that to give us like just a buttload more like fizz damage, and then we rolled blasphemy vulnerability. Because blasphemy vulnerability will be 60 spirit, and that leaves us 40 spirit left. 11 annuls. Oh, it's only 50? I thought it was. Oh, that's the low ones. Okay. I was gonna say it's only 50. Yeah, so we'd have to. This is Astramentus is actually expensive as fuck. Drop the implicit. Get rid of the strength. I just wanted this one. What would be like a 90? 18 annuls. Not too bad. Yeah, I was saying Astramentus could fix our stat problem in general. It's a little expensive, but I think it's cheaper than getting like actual good gear that you were saying is going to be hard to obtain. Getting enough gear with enough stats across all of our slots, like you said, it's going to be expensive and hard, right? Because I feel like I almost need... Like, I would need it on like my belt, right? I would need it on my helmet. I would need it on my chest, my amulet. I would need it on my rings. Like I would need it on my gloves and my shield. I know I would lose much. That's what I'm saying. Like it would allow for me to not put stats on all my other pieces by giving all the stats onto just my amulet. So instead of spreading the stats out, it's all on one item, which opens up suffix slots for all my other gear. Well, like you said, I give up so many stats. I mean, that's probably it's going to be expensive. But I also think it might be a little bit more viable. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Category. Amulet. You know what the item is called for the all attribute one? I mean, eventually, yeah, I'd want plus to melee or spells or both or whatever, but so we need an implicit. Can I get an implicit for this? So implicit for all attributes, and then we need int and dex. Let's just search this really quick. Alright, and then this can roll. Wait, can all attributes only go to 7? I mean, it says 5 to 7. The highest I see is an 8. That's because it's got an attribute modifier attached to it. Oh, we can get an explicit as well. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you're right, you're right. So technically it can go above 21. It can go to 23, I think. But this alone is 21x, which is reasonable. It's a huge armor roll as well. And life. The only thing I don't need is the energy shield. This is actually pretty viable. I mean, I don't like that it's corrupted because I can't anoint it, but... Hey, 30x isn't bad, though. Because we're looking at, what, 50... almost 60 dex and int? And it's got spell damage on it from my Reap. Like, that's actually a viable item. This is actually viable. Like, 30x, or even, like, 1 divine. Like, I think that's totally doable. I think that's actually doable. Why do they all have increased armor on them then? That's kind of interesting. Yeah, 55 stats. Like, that's huge, though. Like, that's 55 base stats just off of the one item. Plus, it's giving me armor. Plus, like, another stat, right? Like, this one doesn't give me armor. I mean, this one doesn't give me life, but it gives me spell damage, which isn't a lot. I'd rather have the life, I think. But, like, I don't need mana. But anyway, like, there's options here. It's pretty nice. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 50% armor with spell damage is actually insane. I think this is a really good price one. And like I said, 55, right? My spear is 127. If I only need 55, if I need 55 less than that, then that's like pretty solid. Like, that's doable, right? And then I still need roughly 100 int. And I can get like a decent 30 int roll on like one of my rings, right? That could help. We could probably make it work. Oh, I didn't realize you wrote a question. Sorry. Next stream? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Didn't fall asleep? It's all good, Topher. I appreciate you. So, I think it's viable. I think it's viable this way. I think it's cheaper to do the yellow amulet. So, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. I think we can make it work. That's what I want to do. So it is T2 fire damage and T3 strength. I don't know. That's Fizz and Mana Leech with item rarity and mana. Could be useful. This seems bad. Mana percent, I mean, life percent's not too bad. But I'm just gonna get rid of that one. Got another hour before you. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. Got work tomorrow too. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I don't want to eat the armor roll. That's the problem, Pip. Like, yeah, we could chance rolling something off of it, but 33% chance to hit the one we like to remove the one that we want to keep kind of sucks. But anyway, yeah. So I'm not gonna replace this ring, right? This ring is basically as goated as we would want, right? Obviously, the max mana we don't need. Cold res is fine. But Fizz damage to attacks, double leech, pretty much what we need. This one, once again, I'd rather get Fizz damage attacks to attacks with a little bit more resist on it, so we can fix our resist. And if we can get base int on it, that'd be huge, right? And then get the amulet we were looking at, and then possibly, you know, keep a triple resist, armor life belt kind of thing. If we can get int on it, that would fix a lot of our problems. And then get this with decent armor roll and added fizz damage. It is 65% chance to succeed. Because, like, if we look at this one, like, I mean, yes and no. Because the spell isn't great, but it's at least useful. I don't know what the essence is that you're telling me to use. Do you want me to use... the global defense? I don't know. I don't know what that really does. It, like, just gives you increase to like all your global defenses, so evasion, armor, so on and so forth. I'm assuming is what it does. So like getting rid of the ES is perfectly, like, that one's the ideal one to get rid of. But getting rid of this is just like, oh, we still have ES, right? So yes, 66% chance to succeed. But I'm not liking those odds because my odds are is gonna hit the armor. That's the problem. That's the only problem I have with it. But we are 73. Getting to 74. Slowly but surely. I hate the way this opens. Yeah, it's a pretty good, like another 30%, 25 to 30% more armor would be insane. If I'm being honest though, Fib, all I really want is I want to get Reap on this character. It's really all I care about right now. I don't really care about like progressing the game or doing anything crazy. I just want to get Reap on this character to see how it feels. Yeah, well, I mean, 50% isn't great, but 50% on an amulet is much better than 50% on an armor piece, right? Because 50% on an armor piece only increases the armor value of the armor piece. 50% on an amulet is like having 50% node on a passive tree, right? Where it's just global increasement to armor. Right? So all my armor pieces put together all get 50%. Yeah, I just don't have the money for it. I don't have 30x. I mean, I do have one annul I could currency exchange out to do it. And the amulet doesn't really change a lot for me. It does give me armor. It does give me more stats, but it doesn't fix my stats to where I can actually wear the gear that I want to wear, because I still need to get to level 78. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 50% to every piece is good. Like, it's not insane, but it's good. Because, like, let's say I had a shield that was like 1,000 armor. That 1,000 armor is now 1,500 armor. If I had a 1,500 armor shield, that's now like a 2250 armor shield, right? That's just insane. Yeah, getting them together would be insane. How is 50% of 1,000, not 500? Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that 50% plus another 50% is like 100%. And that 100%, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's still 50%. So if I had 200% increased armor on my tree, whatever my armor value was, it's basically tripled. So if I had 1,000 armor shield, that would be a 3,000 armor. Well, it would give 3,000 armor. I don't think I have any armor on the tree, honestly. Well, I actually have a little bit. I forgot I picked up a couple nozzles. Now, I know what you're saying. There's a difference between increase and more. More is a multiplier, right? But even adding 50% to an additive still is 50%. It still increases it by 50%. Now, the multiplier gets added, gets multiplied after all of the additives are added together, which is why those are much stronger. Because it would be like, okay, you have 1,000 armor, it's increased by 200% from your, your additives. So that puts it to like 3,000 armor, and then now we're, adding the multiplier, and the multiplier is, 50%. That 50% would bring that 3,000 up by 1,500. So it's much stronger. By far much stronger, but... No, I know what you're saying. I would only do it if I had a second one, though, Pip. Like, you know me, I'm not about that whole gamble life, because if I hit the wrong one and I lose the armor, it's like, oh, well, that sucks. Right? Now I want to buy another one. So I'd rather just buy one and have one, buy a second one and slam it, and, hope that it rolls well. If it rolls well, we have an upgrade. If it rolls poorly, we don't have an upgrade. We still have one to fall back on. And then we can always just turn around and sell the extra one we have. Right? Make some of our money back. But I always like having a fallback. So I'm not just like out an item. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like the global 50% would definitely be stronger than the 50% increase from the amulet. So it is a 100% success chance of getting an upgrade, but it wouldn't be as strong as having both. I'm not that worried about it. I just need it for the stats, honestly, right now. Oh, so not too big of a deal. Just gotta make a little bit of currency. I gotta level up to 78. So my first goal is hit level 78. Once we hit 78, then we need to get some gear to get our int up to wear the staff. And then at that point is when we actually try to test the staff, right? We want to put the staff on and actually give it a good old testorino. What do you mean +2 is cheap? You talking about like +2 to skills? Yeah, it's something we could look into as well with our other gear, is getting plus to skills. Plus the skills could bring up our damage of like Reap or Blood Hunt. Oh my god, that hurt. I don't know why I'm randomly missing. Look at that. How did that not hit? I'm literally dashing into them, somehow not getting hits. I'm assuming they're maybe dodging. Oh, we're fucked. Oh, we got really lucky there. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. The bleeds do not have pro lift. That I found anyway. Because if they die to bleeding, bloodletting, Herald of Blood lets them explode, but Herald of Blood can't bleed for some reason. So I can't get any cascades from that to prolift any type of bleeding. And there's no way to spread the bleeds that I know of when I kill a mob. There might be a unique or something, but I'm not 100%. But I haven't found any way to make the bleeds like, you know, daisy chain, basically. If I can find a way to make them daisy chain, that would be insane. Now, there are hemo crystals, which I think can bleed. I'll have to show you after this one. There's a support gem called hemo crystals, which I think what it does is if anything dies to bleeding, a percentage of the bleeds that's left on them gets dropped as these like blood crystals that then explode, and maybe those can cause bleed. But I can't find a way to implement it into the build without giving something up. Alright, I haven't done any rituals yet, but I'm probably gonna avoid rituals, if I'm being honest. But I don't know what you mean, Fip. Like, what's gonna cause bleed to chain? You know what I'm saying? Like, what skill are we talking about using to allow for bleed to chain? Because the problem is I can't find a skill that allows me to AoE blanket bleed across the screen, right? Not unless I play Blood Mage and I play, I use like Lightning Spear. Now, in theory, we could just use blood. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, you got an answer. That would be really helpful, Pep. Oh, sorry. Spirit throw with chain support. Okay. Give me a second. Uno momento. Hold on. We have Spirit throw. Right? I would have to go get chain and bleed. But we can try it. I'm down. Not wrong. Valid option there. I never thought about that. What is chain? So 50% less damage with chain, or with damage with hits. So we can pick this up. We got chain. Then we need bleed 3. We definitely want deep cuts for more magnitude. This is the hemo crystals I was talking about. Attacks, supported attacks cannot cause bleeding. Supported skills consume bleeding on hitting an enemy, creating 4 hemocrystals. Supported skill creates 2 additional hemocrystals when consuming aggravated bleeds. Maximum of 20 hemocrystals. So, basically, in theory, this could be something for like Blood Hunt. Actually, it says Blood Hunt can't use it for some reason. Yeah, I wouldn't want to use it on any of this then. I don't know. And we got 100% chance to bleed. So let us find Spirit Throw. And we can just put brutality on it. We'll just put on Duke now. I'm not gonna sit here and fiddle with it all that much. Alright. Give it a shot. See what it does. Oh, it's stab. Hold on. Surprisingly, it does apply a decent amount of bleed. I kind of whiffed that shot. Not as AoE as I would like. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow, Master. But if you need help, not tomorrow, but the day after, or the weekend, or whatever it is, isn't it the weekend? Yeah, if you need help Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, hit me up in the Discord. I mean, you can always come back to the stream anytime, you know. But I won't be like actively like helping people like in other games till the weekend. So it's a good idea. I just don't think this spear does enough damage for that to work. Right? Because like, take a look. So I hit the thing. You see it bleeds pretty good. Like, look at that. That's huge. I just feel like it doesn't chain enough. Does that make sense? It only hits like 2 extra targets or something. Yeah, 100% more times. Plus 1 time to chain. Yeah, I'm not worried about the damage. I'm worried about the AoE. I want it to blanket more, right? Instead of being 1 chain, I would like it to be like 10 chain. 5 chain. Something where it hits more than 1 extra target. Like, look at that. It just hit 2 targets. That's it. That's my only gripe with it, is it only hits 2 targets. What am I looking for? What's the skill that I'm looking for? The chain? Like this? Attacks chain an additional time? Multi-shot support? We can look. I was looking to see if there was like like you said, like getting a second spear specifically for the throw. To have more chain or something on it. But I'm not seeing a stat for it. Yeah, because if we could actually get decent... This is what I was talking about before you got here, Pip. Is trying to find any skill we could use in like a unique-ish kind of way. Where like adding like projectiles or forking or chaining or something like to another skill that would give us some sort of AoE blanket skill, like clearing skill. That's what we were looking for. And then we came across the Reap, and I was like, damn, the Reap looks dope. Yeah, because I just looked up chain. I just grabbed chain 1. Chain 2, Chain 3. Core skill chains 200% more times. Okay, dumb question. Does that mean it chains twice? Yeah, I don't understand that one. So this one only works on something that has chain already? Is that what we're saying? Oh, okay. So basically I would just need this. And then the other one you said multi? So let's... Yeah, so multi-shot right here. Is what we're looking for, right? Instead of brutality, I guess. We lose a little bit of damage. Yeah, it cuts the damage even further, which is kind of a bad thing. It won't, but so the thing is, like, I'm not super worried about that damage being very high fit. Because like I said before, it's about killing the whites. I'm gonna have a better spear soon. The spear I am using is awful. Like, 63 to 120 fizz damage is dreadful. I have a spear, but I need to get to 79. It's about, yeah, it's about coverage. It's about blanketing the screen so I don't have to single target everything down. Because Reap is somewhat single target everything. Right? Yeah, I'm looking specifically at clearing the screen. That's why, like, Lightning Spear is so good for it. But once again, I'd have to re-roll a character off of a Titan, like you were saying, right? Oh, wrong button. Right? Like, why am I playing a Titan at this point? Like, technically, I didn't start the Titan in the anticipation of playing this skill, right? I just, yeah, I'm not liking it. It's not technically chaining enough. What in the fuck, bro? That fucking curse it put on me is ridiculous. That curse is ridiculous. Oh my god. Fuck you and your fucking curses, bro. The throw isn't bad. It's just it's not enough coverage, right? I'm hitting like 2 or 3 mobs. Like I throw this in there, hit a couple mobs. Obviously with more damage it would be better, right? But it only hit those 3 mobs. I really needed to like chain and actually fork, and like I needed to really blanket the screen, which is why I'm thinking Reap is like my only good option. Because I don't know how big Reap is, but according to that video I saw, it blanketed the fucking screen really good. Why I want to try it. Right. Because I'm going to show you really quick. This is... Um... Uh... Where is... There it is. So this is the guy's build, right? Right? And he's using this 20 Reap with, you know, crit for spells, spell damage per max life, you know, spell fizz damage, +7 to fizz spells. Like, that's insane, right? But he's using Reap with Heft, Conk, Fizz, Zenith, and whatever this is. And in his video, bro, it literally clears the entire screen. Now, granted, a lot of that has to do with the this 30% of overkill damage to enemies within 2 meters. Like this is one of the things that like gives him that blanket. Right? Because he kills one mob that explodes that like pops all the other mobs, right? They have to be close to each other, but this is where he's getting his big clear from. But he literally like one-shots the whole screen in one swipe. And I don't care if I one-shot it. I just want it to actually hit everything on the screen. Or at least majority of the mobs, right? Like, I want to hit more than 2 or 3 mobs. I want to be able to hit like at least 10, 15 mobs at a time and make my clear just much faster. Okay, quick question. All these like tier 14 gyms and stuff, is there something I can do with all of them? Or are they just like wasted at a certain point? Oh, I'm dead. I got cursed and the attack time was ridiculous. Oh my god, that curse fucked me. Hold on guys, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Took longer than I thought. Oh my god, hold on. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm back again. Fucking hell. So it's not so much a question, but it was just like a statement of like the spear is cool, like the spear throw is it's nice, but it doesn't blanket as much as I would need it to or like it to. But I'm hoping that the Reap can blanket, right? Because the video I saw of the guy using it, right? He was clearing the whole screen in like one swipe. Now he had a pair of boots that gave him 30% of overkill damage, was basically dealt to the mobs near the mobs that died or whatever. So it gave him a lot of explodingness. So I won't have that obviously, but that shouldn't be that big of a deal. Like I said, even if I have to cast Reap 2 or 3 times, if it hits the whole screen, that's all that matters. If I can hit more than like 5 to 10 mobs at a time, it's worth it versus single targeting everything down like I'm doing right now. Because like having to single target every mob is a real tedious piece of shit. Right, and that's why I want to try Reap, because he doesn't have any increased area of effect nodes or anything for his tree or from his gear or support gems or anything like that. All of his supports are just damage oriented. So if he can blanket the screen with one Reap swipe, without area of effect nodes and stuff, I'm curious on how big it can like swing like organically.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
Like that, I have to look at his build again. I can pull it up and show it to you if you want. Pip, you out of here? I mean, not Pip, but mate, you out of here? All right, man. I appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a good time. And yeah, we'll catch you tomorrow. Always a pleasure, man. Yeah, so here, I'll show you what I was talking about. Okay, right quick. So, this is the guy's build, right? I think I showed you the video earlier. Is this the... Yeah. So, and then this is the video, right? So, he literally lags there, but see how he killed the whole screen? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he kills the whole screen, and then he blankets, like, he kills things even behind him, right? So he's blowing up everything in, like, one swing. And Like I said, this doesn't have AoE on it. This just has stats. This has just stats. This just has added damage to everything. Added damage to everything. Cast speed. Yeah, nothing crazy. Spell gem levels, life, cast speed, crits, leeching, stuff like that. Doubling the rings. And then this one, the overkill, 30% of overkill damage dealt to enemies within 2 meters. This is the one thing that I think is giving him a lot of AoE clear. But it still looks like he's hitting the whole screen. Like I'm saying, I don't know how big Reap actually hits because I think this is skewing what I'm seeing. And then he's just got this as damage is extra, damage recouped, spell bonus. So he has a little bit of increased area of effect here, but 6% area of effect on this node. And this is the skill itself. He's got conk effect, so it's reducing his area of effect, mastery, and like whatever else here. And then like if we look at the tree, it's like spell damage, more damage and crit, cast speed, spell damage, right? He's just like branching for spell damage and crit, like everywhere he can. Crit, right? More attack speed and crit, more bonus, more crit, spell damage. You know, like I said, I don't see any area nodes on this tree. It's all crit and spell damage. Level fizz, armor ailments, crit. You see what I mean? Like, there's no AoE on his build. Except for that one jewel that's just like an additive, but then like gets countered with conk effect. Right? So how is he able to hit the entire screen other than these boots? I wonder if the boots are what's doing the entire AoE clear. That he's literally killing one mob in front of him, and it's like cascading the whole screen. That's the only thing I could think of. Because even in here, it's like crit, spell damage leaches his life, and then 25% of life lost from hits is prevented. Then that much life is lost over 4 seconds. So blood notch, basically. Not blood notch, but petrified blood. So I'm not seeing AoE on this build. So it shouldn't be that big, right? I think it's the boots. I honestly think the boots are what make it look insane. I don't know what that means. 0.3x per mob. So is the boots doing the clear, not reap? If that's the case, then I'm really sad. And we're gonna have to find a new skill to clear. I mean, in theory, we could buy the boots and use the boots to clear, and then swap out the boots for boss kills. We just do a boot swap. That's what I'm saying. I've said that like 20 times. The boots have the 30% overkill to mobs within 2 meters of it. But it's only within 2 meters, and I'm not seeing a cascade. I'm seeing an entire obliteration all at one time. It's not like I'm seeing one mob die, explode to kill another mob, to kill another mob, to kill another mob. The entire screen explodes at once. Like, he attacks, and the entire screen, all the way over here to all the way over here, all explode at the same time. And like I said, they have to be within 2 meters, which is really close. And I feel like some of those mobs were further than 2 meters away from each other. Why I'm just completely kind of dumbfounded by like how he's clearing the whole screen. And like I said, if I can't make Reap work, that's fine. If I can't get, Spear Throw to work, that's fine. I just need to find a skill. Like, that is literally all I'm trying to test right now, is I'm trying to find a skill that I can use. Doesn't have to be any particular skill. Like, I don't mind having a weapon swap or anything like that. I just need something that can scale based off of like fizz, melee, kind of maybe attacks, or something that scales off the side of the tree that I'm on, that I could make do enough damage to clear whites. Like with a great AoE, just cascade, not a whole lot of effort. So I'm saying the boots itself can't do the clear. But what I'm saying is, like, if I can get my Reap to do decent damage, and then wear the boots to get that overkill damage to cascade, it could and it worked the same way his did. That's fine. I don't really want to have to tediously switch out my boots every fucking 5 minutes, but at least we know it works. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just really just cornering. I want to figure it out, and just a lot of it has to do with just me leveling first. Like, a lot of the stuff I want to try, I have to be like level 80 plus, basically. Oh shit, there's another guy. Oh shit, there's another guy. I was not expecting that guy to come back to life. I was just sitting there looking at the items. Ugh. Like I said, that's been my whole goal this whole night, is just chatting with you guys, trying to see if anybody has any ideas or anything. And this is the one that's been proposed to me that I'm like, all right, fuck it, we'll look at it, we'll give it a shot, maybe see if it works. But I agree, like, I don't understand how it's clearing the whole screen. It I can't fathom the AoE of that skill. Like, I don't like you said, the skill shouldn't be doing that big of an AoE, and the boots shouldn't be doing that much either. So what is doing all that clear? Because there's nothing else on his gear that's doing it. Is this broken? And unless I try it, I won't know how bad it is, right? Kind of why I just grabbed one to try it. Granted, we spent a lot more money on it than I originally anticipated. And like I said, I do like the idea of Spear Throw. Obviously, I'd have to get the attack speed up on it or something. But it just doesn't chain enough, right? It doesn't fork and pierce, or it's kind of meh, right? Yo, what up, Skills? How's life, man? Hmm. I'm doing pretty good. Just kind of moseying around, trying to figure out this character a little bit more. Like, it's slowly coming together. We have a few things we want to try. But it requires us to level a little bit. Other than that, doing pretty good. Started the stream a little late today because I slept in a bit. I wouldn't say I got a lot of sleep though, because I didn't go to bed till like 2 in the afternoon, and then I got up at like 11. But I did wake up a handful of times as well. Like, I think I actually got up, like, I got up a few times to pee or whatever, but I think the wife came in at like 9, and then she came in at like 10. Then we just like hung out late in bed till like 11. After like 9 o'clock, basically. I was in and out sleeping from 9 to 11. Basically. In this game? Do they actually have flicker in this game? I haven't looked. There's some really cool builds in this game. I mean, I wouldn't see anything wrong with it, man. Like, there's a lot of really cool builds in the game. Does flicker work the same, though? You need, like, frenzy charges to consume to keep jumping? Yeah, because right now, what we're trying to work on with this character is an AoE clear skill, right? We're playing a scuffed Rake Bloodhunt build on a Titan. I didn't feel like making a new character, and I was just trying to make the Titan work. Because I wasn't feeling the slam builds, right? So we switched over to Rake and Bloodhunt on it, and I'm liking Rake and Bloodhunt, but I don't like the map clear of Rake Bloodhunt. I want a skill to use to clear the map, and I can't find one that works as a Titan. Now, if I was like a Blood Mage, we'd have Lightning Spear, and that shit's god tier. But since we don't have that option, we're trying to find something else. Power charges? Okay. A little bit different, but pretty much the same. Alright, boss time. This is what I like about this build. It's specifically the boss damage. Like, it's a little slow. Right? But it's relatively safe. And 3, 2, 1. Up. Look at that. A little slow build up right now because my damage is really low. But once my damage actually goes up when I get my new spear, basically the build. I can technically use any skill I want. So the problem is I'm building on a Titan. I'm on the left side of the tree. I'm building all like melee damage, attack damage, fizz damage, you know, that kind of stuff. So running something like Lightning Spear, right? Where is it? Something like this, where 80% of fizz is converted to lightning, is fine. But I'm not scaling lightning. I'm only scaling fizz. Now, it could possibly work. Right? Yeah, and the only way this actually works well is if I have frenzy charges. Yeah, it could, but you see how it says splits towards 3 targets when consuming a frenzy charge? I'd have to have a way to maintain frenzy charges to get it to split. I don't think you can get more conversion. Not from support gems. Yeah, I'm not seeing one. I said there's nothing wrong with using Lightning Spear. Right? Like we'll use like a lower tier one and I'll show you what it looks like. So if you look at it, he chucks it and it kind of just zaps everything. The problem is that since 80% of my fizz damage is being converted to lightning, that means it's only doing 20% fizz damage. But my lightning damage would be a little high, don't get me wrong. Because, you know, 80% of all of my fizz damage that I do have is turning into lightning damage. I'm just not scaling lightning damage, so just kind of not really get anything out of it, per se. And I wouldn't, like, this wouldn't bleed. Right? The reason why the Lightning Spear works so well on the Blood Mage is because spell damage increases bleed magnitude. Wait, what did that say?
Lightning Spear splits into many projectiles on impact and has a high chance to shock enemies, making them take more damage.
I'm tempted to try it though. Okay, so according to what they said, I'm already using disengage. There's a way, like they just said, oh, if you use a skill like disengage and you get a frenzy charge, it'll cascade the whole screen or whatever. Gain a frenzy charge. I don't know how to gain a frenzy charge, but I mean, fuck, we can try it. I don't have any problems with it. Like, use a level 14 lightning spear and just see how it works. Yeah, because like we were trying to use spear field, we tried to use rapid assault for other things. But we can try lightning spear. Not gonna have a lot of things on it. So don't want to use brutality. Don't really care about bleed. Rapid assault to make an attack faster, maybe. That puts it down to 0.65. But yeah, sport skills deal 50% less damage. Ugh. What can we do to juice this though? What are the recommendations? I don't know. Not feeling it. Nova projection. This is pretty cool. This one's what I would expect for other builds, but I don't know if this one would work. Like if that works on lightning spear, that'd be sick. Oh, we're back. Give me a second. All right, back. So I'm just trying to figure out what to put in with this, because I'm thinking, especially the more elemental damage, attack damage, this could help us, since our fizz is getting converted to lightning, and then we can juice the lightning with something like this. This could work too. Lightning attunement. So maybe we just do lightning attunement. We'll just do those. So T1 and a T2. Just to try it. Like we're just here to try it. Let's try. Oh shit. That map's done. I said, if it works, I'm happy. If it doesn't work, it's whatever. Okay, that might actually be decent. Let's go give this a shot. They have more HP. A good test. Oh, only 2 portals though. Oof. Alright. We're gonna see how the lightning spear works on this character. Might not work well, obviously. Because we're not gonna be relying upon bleed, it's just gonna be raw damage output. Yeah, so it doesn't do a lot of damage. Yeah, see the lack of damage? Yeah. So not really worth. I said the only reason it works on the Blood Mage is because, like I said, that lightning damage, you put bleed on it, and it increases the magnitude of your bleed based off of the lightning damage it's doing. So the bleed is ridiculous, right? It just does ridiculous bleed damage. So, like I said, that's why it's like, technically I can use it, but it's not good. As a Titan specifically, that's what I'm struggling at. Is I'm struggling to find a map clear skill. Specifically for this character. Because there's a lot of skills that work. There's a lot of skills that clear the map, that fucking rip face, that just actually are fast and just huge AoE. It's just this character can't do it. Because either A, where he's located on the tree, or B, the investment he needs to actually get the other skills up and running can't be used to invest into that skill specifically. So that skill, since it doesn't have any investment on the tree wise, right, it's lacking in damage, potency, you know, whatever. Now, eventually, my Rake will be ridiculous. Like, Rake isn't going to be the problem. Like, because Rake Blood Hunt is going to be my boss killing. I just need to find a more... Because the problem is, like, I would use Rake to map clear, but you see how I have to single target every mob down? And I don't have a big, like, arc with it? It's like a really small radius it hits in. I'm wondering if maybe I do a second Rake for map clear, or like a gem swap, more or less, where it has like huge AoE, right? Instead of having like big damage like this one does, like everything is damage oriented, maybe it just has a big AoE so it hits more mobs. There's AoE increase, but they're not good. Here, there's a couple. I'll show you really quick. Hold on, be right back again. let's take a look. I'm running out of support gems. I need to get some more. These are our increased area. Back as well, sweet. Oh yeah, Pip, I was asking earlier. All of my like level 14s and 12s and 13s and all the lower tier skill gems, can I do anything with them? Or are they just like dead gems at a certain point? So anyway, so we have Expanse. So supported skills have 50% increased area effect, but they have 8-second cooldown. Kind of bad for Rake to be on an 8-second cooldown. Magnified. Supported skills have 35% increased area of effect. Pretty fine. That's 35% increased effect. We can do this one, which is 45% effect, but we lose 10% damage. So that's not a big deal. Lose a little bit of damage to get more area of effect. Not too bad. Ground surface, blah, blah, blah. Sport skills have increased area of effect. Sport skills have less accuracy against enemies than 2 meters, so that's pretty bad. Spell Echo, not going to happen. This is totem based, and this is curse based. So basically, we have this. We can get 45% increased area of effect, but let's just say that's 50%. Instead of it being 2 meters, it'll be 3 meters. I mean, like, it's not great. No real way to, like... Now, don't get me wrong, there are, like... Our area effect node. Jesus fucking Christ, I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm back. Again. Anyway. So, we do have area effect nodes like this. We have ones like this. That's not the right one, sorry. Like this. For attacks, like 999, right? We got more area effect over here. Right, so we could get some area of effect. But like even if we add all this together, right? So this is 6, 12, 18 plus another 18, 36, 45, 54, 63%. Then we have to go. Basically, we can get to basically doubling our size. A little bit more than doubling our size, and like that's just not a lot. Well, this is for Rake specifically, Pip. I wasn't looking at Reap. We were talking about using Rake. Like right now we're using Rake, right? And the problem with Rake is it just has such a small radius for single target. It just sucks. I mean, for clear, it sucks because it doesn't have any range. Like it literally like it's like a 2-meter range. So if I could get the range bigger, it wouldn't be so bad for map clear. And I was thinking, well, what if we just did 2 Rakes, one with AoE increasements and one with just damage? So the damage one is on like hard mobs like this, and the other one's just for like raw map clear. But I'm not finding enough AoE to make it worth it. Nah, it's all good. That's why I reiterated it for you. But yeah, like you said, when it comes to Reap though, like none of those work. Because they're not spells. Oh yeah, while I have your attention, the low level jewels that I have, like gems, like level 14s, level 13s and stuff, is there anything I can do with those? To get rid of them? Like or like convert them into something? Style drop, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that was kind of the idea, Pip, is like have one basically set up for less damage but more AoE, and then this one set up for like just standard the way it is right now, just all damage, right? And just take advantage of as much damage as we can, not really caring about its AoE or anything. Problem is that there's only one AoE support gem, which is 45% magnitude or area, and then there's nodes on the tree that we could probably get to a little over 100% of area, but that means I'd have to physically go into area nodes into the tree, right, to have more area for it, which basically means I'd have to have a weapon swap, and one weapon would be dedicated to area of effect and one weapon would be dedicated to single target. Other thing, if there was a spear that had like more melee range or something on it, that'd be sick. Because what I'm looking for specifically is melee strike range. Right? If there's more melee strike range, which is over here, right? +2 melee strike range. This one doesn't have it. I don't know why it's called. Why this one even says it. But yeah, +2 to melee strike range. Like that's good, right? But there's only one, and it's way over here. Right, and there's this one. I mean, technically there's 2, but this basically would double my melee, my range of my rake. So if I like had one of these, right? So like let's say I anointed like this one, right? for the +2 melee strike range with a 20 melee range. I anoint that to get double my range, and then I invest into area nodes. Yeah, if I Megalodonic or whatever it's called, both of them, that'd be nice. Because that would give me 6 melee range, and then that being the base melee strike range, being 6, getting 100% area of effect might make it feel insane. Like, because like I said, I can have melee weapon sets for both, right? So I can have one spear, right? That I could have, like, I mean, not a gimp spear, but maybe not as high damage spear as the other one, and then I could just use it for the AoE clear. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Give me a second. The third, I don't think the third one counts. The third one won't count for me because this one is melee strike range if you've dealt a projectile attack hit in the past 8 seconds. So I'd have to have some sort of automated projectile being casted for this one to work. If I could, which I know it's possible, that'd be insane. The guy would be nuts. But we can look for this one. Unearning impact and reaching strike. Those are the two specifically. This one just gives us strength, stun build up, melee. This one's just accuracy and melee attack speed. So those don't count. So let us look up. What's it called again? Megalodonic Diamond. Let's just search. These, okay, so we can probably just change them. Okay. And we want allocate. Is this one again? Reaching strike. And this one is unearning. Where's in one? That sucks. So there's one that has 20 divines. This one has the other for 2 divines. I wonder, is there a way to get, like, what determines what it rolls? Is it just complete RNG? Is it pure RNG? Yeah, total life and duration, so it doesn't really fuck me up. Complete RNG, okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, 2 divines, and I could pick up this one. The reason this one's so much more expensive, wherever the hell it is because it's got 20% melee damage as well. It's much better. But that's what I'm saying, that, like, what if I had 2 spears, right? And we had weapon set 1 set up for just, like, raw damage, right? Like, we pick up this, right? You know, and then on the opposite side, we, like, pick up this side instead. Right. Obviously, I need to remove this point. But like we can reduce, like we can remove some points just to pick up area. Basically, is what I'm getting at. Or we can just put points into area and just have it generically built into the build. But you can swap the same build? Really? How do you do that? How do you do that? That's insane. I don't know what that did. Oh. Oh shit. Okay. So now they're always on, but I can technically be in 1 versus 2. Not hard. That's actually really useful. Then I can take advantage of the weapon swap without actually weapon swapping. That's really nice. Alright, well, that's one thing we can do. Still think I need to anoint that, though. Like, obviously, I don't have to anoint it if I can get the Melon Maniac or whatever it is with both of those things. That would be huge. I wonder what my area of effect of Reap would be, or not Reap, but Rake would be if I had the +4. How expensive is it to anoint that one? I might just anoint it on my current dogshit amulet and just see how it feels. Before I spend like 2 divines on a jewel that may or may not even like feel good. So, all it is, Pip, is people are Val orbing the jewels, like the emerald, sapphires, and rubies. Is that all that's going on? Bro, that guy is fucking destroying me. What was that? That's crazy. Literally almost died. I think I had like 1 HP. Yeah, so like 1 could be, like I said, I could take some damage points out and put them in area points instead. And just swap between the 2 specs. Oh, could have been extra. You're right. Could have been extra chaos. Other abyssal depths. Let's go. But like I said, do you know how? Like, I don't care which one it is, but this isolation, paranoia, and guilt, is that expensive? Do you think? Okay. I'll look it up when we get out of here. Because basically what I'm thinking is like, if I can get my AoE up right now, I can level faster, right? Because we just hit 74. And if I can level faster, that means I can get to my spear sooner, and I can get to reap sooner. We can test a reap. And like I said, I'm pretty sure reap is going to have a small area of effect. And I'm going to be really sad about it. Yeah, they're going to be in the exchange. That's what I'm going to go check after this. Like I said, I'm just thinking if I can double my area of effect, that means Reap will hit twice as many mobs or have more reach so I can clear faster. It might feel pretty good. Are annoyance only on amulets again? But yeah, also if we increase the melee strike range, right, which is base range, and then we get area of effect nodes on top of that, that should juice it even further. So if our melee range is 4, and then we get 100% increase, that should put us to roughly 8, right? Or close to it. Unless it only increases the skills base, which would be 6 total. Because I'd get the 2 from the base, and then I'd multiply that by 100%. And then I'd have the additive of another 2 on top of that. That's what I'm saying. Well, this is already 2, right? Because the melee strike range is 2. If I double that just from the anoint, I think it'll feel okay. But if I get area nodes on top of that, I think it'll feel really good. Because if I can get even 50% after getting melee strike range of 4, I feel like it'll feel good. Yeah. Well, 2 meters is basically the height of my character. Right? 4 meters would be up here. So I have 2 is here, 4 would be here. Well, this direction, right? So like 2, and then it'd be like 4, roughly. It's pretty good. And like I said, if I can then get area nodes on top of that, if it went from 2 to 4, and then I was able to even get like 50% to push us to 6, that could be nuts. I mean, that might just be our fix. In all honesty, that might just be the build fix. It won't do as much damage as other builds, but if all I have to do is just pick up some melee strike range and some area nodes for map clear, give me some actual decent map clear, like, I feel like that is not a bad solution. Ooh, shocking me in the face on that one. You gonna respawn again like you did last time? Woo! Shocking me with that chaos. Bro, that shit hurt. Oh, yeah, because like I said, the only thing I've been complaining about the whole time about this build, man, is literally just the map clear. Like, the single target is great. Like, killing the mobs, like, on single target, on bosses, for the low end damage that I have on this spear, is really good. The amount of damage I can output with this really bad spear is insane. So I'm totally happy with my single target. Like I said, I just need to get better AoE or better skill. I'm also thinking, Pip, since we upgraded the spear that I did buy for 1x, I wonder how much I can sell it for if I don't like Reap. Like, I have a feeling we're not gonna like Reap, right? If it has like a really close radius and it doesn't blanket the screen like I'm hoping it would, which is probably not going to, being realistic here, we're probably just gonna turn around and try and sell it. And I'm wondering if I can make a profit, because I think we spent a total of 9C on it. Because we used the jawbone, but actually I don't know how much the jawbone was, because I got that for free. But we used the jawbone, we used 1x, and actually we used the big X, which cost us 4. And then we bought the essence, which cost us another 4. So the item itself cost us 1, and then the upgrades cost us 8. And then not counting the jawbone we used, which we still haven't even identified yet. If 4 meters is pretty big, 6 meters is kind of nuts. And like I said, with increased area of effect on top of that, that's why I'm thinking it might be our solution. Instead of like tinkering with other skills, adding more stuff into the build. Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, Pip, though, like, if I don't like the skill, there's no point in having, you know, the staff. So I'm just kind of curious, like, how much would I resell it for? Because if I could resell it for a decent amount, I could probably get some gear, you know? The more expensive gear with added fizz damage and stuff. Like, really start to juice out the build. But it still revolves around me getting to level 79. And then farming for the megalomaniac or whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I had the little nodes. That's the one nice thing about the Titan, is I get all those little tiny nodes. Which is why I'm saying those area of effect nodes are nuts. Right? Because we get to take advantage of all the little nodes. So it's 9%, 9%, right? And then these ones are 9%, 9%, 9%. Right? We get all these like small area nodes. That's what I'm saying. I can get a lot of area. I can get over 100% area easily. Like, if we look at this, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, And then we got this one, which we'll just count as 9, right? 10, 11, 12. And then we got the smaller ones here. 13, 14, 15. Like that's 15, let's say 9 percenters, because this one's a little bit bigger, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I can get area damage on some of these as well. But let's just say those are 15 nodes, right? And then there's this one, right? This one doesn't help all that much, but it's 12% in area damage, right? 12% here. Got another 6, right? I could probably, like, I don't know what 15 is, right? Because then we have these ones. I could probably hit almost 200% fit. Just grabbing like this, this. Like I wouldn't pick up like slams, I don't think. I mean, this one might work because it's extra HP. So like, we can pick up this, we could pick up this. We could pick up these small ones if we wanted to, right? We can also pick up these small ones if we wanted to. We have these ones up here. I mean, the big ones aren't as useful, right? It's mostly about the small ones. I'm just thinking if there is one with a good big node, like this one has the life, the 3% life. I feel like it's kind of meh though, but I think it was this one. This one's area attack damage and area effect. I think this one's worth picking up because it's 15% more damage and 12% area. And like then we got the small nodes that lead up to it. I think this one's worth. But the rest of them I don't think are worth. But like I said, just small. This one's kind of annoying because I have to grab this to do it. But then small. So let's just count the smalls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's roughly 100%. It's roughly about 100%. Because some of them aren't 9%, some of them are 6%. So we got the 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 9%ers. That's on 90%. But then we got, oh wait, sorry. 1, 2, 3 more here. So that's 13. Like what, 126 or something like that? 126%. But then we have the 666 and then the 12, which puts us to all 9s. So that's like 16. 17 and a half. We have roughly 17 and a half times 9. Just for simplicity's sake. I keep clicking on the wrong fucking thing. We'll just say 17 times 9. 17 times 9. Roughly 150%. I'm probably closer to 155%, but yes. Basically 150% of whatever my melee strike range is. And if I had a melee strike range of 4, that's pretty solid. Yeah, 4-meter base, 2.5 times. That's nuts. And if I was to take it a step further and get the Megalomaniac for the other 2%, like to get 6, to have it, not 2%, but extra 2 radius, having 2.5 times based off of 6 melee range Bro, I don't think I'd have any clear problems. I don't think I'd have any clear problems at all. Like, I think that shit would be nuts. That is huge. Because, like, if we look at the radius, right, there's actually an image for it. PoE2, range. This thing. This is roughly the strike range, right? Yeah, there wasn't a single one with both. That's what I was saying. So this is 1. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is roughly 6 strike range. I could be wrong. Could be wrong because he has weapon range of 91 and it's showing all the way up to here. Yeah, 10? Look how far 10 goes, bro. If that's right, if the lines are actually each strike range, like that's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, I don't think I'd have any problems with that. Yeah, I think you're right. So what I'm gonna do after this, I'm going to anoint the 2 strike range. And then we're gonna play with 4 strike range to start. And I think as we level, we add to the radius. Like to the area of effect. Just to see how it starts to feel. Right? Because like I said, I am going to refund this point. For sure. And I'm thinking about going with this one first. It's only 6% effect. But 6, 6, 6, and then another 12. That averages out to 9 per small, but obviously then it's wasted a little bit. So it's not quite as much area per point. Because if you know, what, 666 plus 12, that's like 18. It's 20, that's 30 divided by 4. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. So it's like 7.5 area per point. Not quite as good. And that's what I'm saying. But it gives me damage on top of that. So it's only 7.5 area per point versus 9. Sorry, this one. That one's also area damage in effect. Versus 9. So it's what? It's like 1.5 different. 1.5 area effect different percent. But I get damage. It's worth it. It's a double dip. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll grab these 4. And then I'll grab these 3. Well, at least this one specifically. But if I'm already at this one, I might as well just get the other 2, right? Because then I'm on these 3, and then I'm on these 3, because they're all like none of the other ones give me damage, right? This one takes an extra point to get to it, which is kind of annoying, and then all the rest of this will be the last one I probably go for, because it's the only one by itself, and then this one is another that I could take later, like more damage and then more effect. If I want to take this note, I don't think I will. I don't think it's worth it. But yeah, this one first. Then these ones here, these 2 here, then this one, and then I'll start on all of them, the 9%ers. That's probably what I'll end up doing. Oh, I do have 1 point though. So with that said though, do I take these 15%ers first? It's 15! Bro, that's legit off the screen. Yeah, that's legit off the screen. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. So my question, do I take these two 15% nodes first? With like, I have 1 point and then I have a refund point, right? Do I take both of these for that, and then every level after that I start going into the area? Do you think? Because I was going to head down here into block chance. Because block chance gives me 1% of block, gives me 1% damage. Right? So that's 7% damage, 7% damage, and then 12% damage. Plus max block of 2. Right? But this is 9% damage. Oh, you're right. Yes, yes, yes. Weapon swap for all. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So I don't know what to drop though. Because this isn't even a weapon set. This is specifically just damage, right? This is my specific build without the weapon nodes. Dumb question. For weapon points, I need to also have ascendance. I need to also have like skill points available equal to the amount I'm using, right? So if I want to allocate 24 weapon points, I need to have 24 skill points available. Okay, that's what I thought. So that's why I wanted to ask. What would we be refunding though? Because we don't want to take off the bleed, because we still want them to bleed. So we wouldn't be dropping this, and we wouldn't be dropping this. And I feel like we wouldn't be dropping the block because we want to sustain still. Like we can obviously drop these nodes for armor. Yeah. So once I allocate 24 to this, when I swap to 2, I'll have 24 points available for 2. I get that. I'm just saying currently, I don't think I'm investing into anything that can easily just be dropped for AoE. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm being honest, I'm almost at a point in this build where I don't really have anywhere else to gain damage from. That's kind of where I'm stuck right now, though. Like, if we look at damage, the only thing we have is, like, area damage. Right? So we have the area damage nodes that we can pick up, which is okay. We have these ones as well. What do you mean to put on each swap? Yeah, the bleed's based on the initial damage done. I know that. I get that. But what do you mean by like I'm swapping, but it's still here? Why do I need one that's exactly the same? Yeah, mine. But you get those nodes in the tree. It's like increase pen build up. Wait, why do I need pen? Armor break I get. Is it because of this? Where I can get 50% armor break on pen? I get the impale. For sure get impale. I just don't see any impale nodes. Yeah, well, so I have this, right? Increased melee damage against immobilized enemies, which is pen, stun, heavy stun, or whatever, freeze. I have that, so I've been taking advantage of that, and I'm doing stun build up with Blood Mark, so I'm heavy stunning things. I'm not like, that's where I'm getting my immobilization from. But I guess this is worth it. But I wonder if I can do the same thing on heavy stun. Yeah, right here. So in theory, I could do this. Wait, how would we get 110% increased armor break? Well, then I'm already building heavy stun, and I don't have to do any supports for it or anything. But I could just take the 4 points for this. No, I get you. I was just curious, and you said and get 110% increased armor break. I was curious where you're getting the armor break from, because we do have this 25% increased armor break, or increased break 25% increased armor. So I'm assuming that combos with this. Yeah, I know there's this. Like, break percentage increased armor. I do know they have that. But there's not very much of it. Like, there is, but it's like kind of out of the way. Nothing that I can easily pick up. So I feel like this is, I could do this and I can do this. Because this gives us area of effect, this gives us area attack damage. This gives it stun build up into heavy stun, armor break. There's no impale. We have area of effect nodes up here. We don't really care about that one. And like I said, I don't really want to go with pen specifically. But we have cruel method, right? 40% increased armor. Break increased armor, right? So, I mean, we could grab this node down here. This node's actually insane for it. Yeah. So this one's actually insane. So my question is, can you break more than 100%? That's what I don't get. Yeah, because it just says once it reaches 0, it's fully broken. Yeah, so I mean, so basically the way I'm seeing it is, if I'm relying upon this, where it's going to break 50% of armor on a heavy stun, when I heavy stun him, going to break 50% of their armor, and it would have to take another 100% to double this, basically. Yeah, so I would need like, so this would give us 15, and then 30 plus 40. That's not quite enough. That's enough. Yeah, that's 115, right? So 60, 100, yeah, 115. That would be the best that we could do. That would give us 115% armor break. Yeah. So it's 115. Yeah. So we do this plus this to give us 100% armor break on a heavy stun for a boss. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. Not too bad. And that could definitely be weapon swapped for single target, right? That's 8 points that could go there on weapon set 1 versus weapon set 2. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's only because I'm actually taking effect of hulking form. Yeah, for sure. But that's 8 points of our 24. So those 8 points instead could be swapped out for the area nodes, which are close by, right? So we have like these 3, these 4. That puts us to 7 for a swap, right? Well, we can figure it out. I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of feeling like, obviously, by the time I reach level 90, I don't think I'm gonna need weapon swaps all that much, because there's not a lot of extra, like, organic damage in the area. Yeah, I definitely need to. That's what's holding me back. That's why I've been just sitting here farming maps all night. It's because I need levels. I'm only level 74 right now. I need to get to level 79 for my spear. And then I need, obviously, 78 if we want to try Reap. I kind of want to try Reap just to try it. Just to see how bad it's going to feel. So I can turn around and sell it. I don't disagree with, like, roughly 15 points for the swap. It's just, I don't know. I said, I don't know what I would drop. Just started, let's go. I don't know what I would drop, Fip. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'd have to drop, like, area damage nodes. Or I'd have to drop, like, I'd have to drop damage nodes to pick up area nodes, which isn't a big deal. I just got to figure out which ones I want to drop, right? I feel like the least effective ones are the shield nodes, right? The nodes that give me block, right? Because, like, 1, 2, 3, you know, 4 points here, right? I don't need those 4 points when I'm doing area of effect. I don't need extra damage. Like, that's only, what, 12 plus 14? It's like 26% damage that I'd be giving up because of this node here. That's what I'm saying. So weapon set 1 would be trash clear, which would basically be all of my area of effect nodes. But in order to have the nodes for the area of effect nodes, I have to remove my damage nodes from my regular stuff, right? That's what I'm saying. Because I'd have to remove points. Because you know what I mean? Like, basically from here until I get to, like, level 80 or 90, I would have to weapon swap points, right? I'd have to put points into one weapons versus the other, but, like, one would have more damage oriented, like, you know, heavy stun build up, and that's 8 points, but I still need to find another 9 points on the tree that would be basically for damage specifically for single target, not area of effect, and then those other 15 points would be used on area of effect nodes on the other tree, which would be, in theory, not using the damage nodes from the other one for single target. That's why I say I'm not really giving it up per se. I'm saying, what would I be currently dropping or not using for the area nodes? That's what I'm saying. I had to figure out which ones aren't going to lower my damage by too much that I could, you know, swap in and out as needed. It is. But you're missing my point. I can't have 90 points on my tree and then just say, oh, here, there's another 15 points to throw into my area one whenever I want, but I'm not removing anything. I have to remove something for those points to show up on the other tree. So that's what I'm saying. I have to figure out which ones are going to be the most effective to swap, right? Like, whether it's swapping, like, you know, the block nodes over here and the block nodes over here, right? Or are we, you know, am I swapping out, like, these nodes here? Because this is, like, survivability. I feel like I need more survivability at a boss fight, single target, than I do on trash clear, right? So swapping out some of my survivability nodes over here, possibly. Maybe dropping this whole like wheel over here, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points here. That's what I'm saying. It's the nodes that aren't going to give me as much damage. And I basically want to maintain my block chance on a boss, 50% block chance, but I can technically lose the 1% damage per block chance from this node and drop some of the block nodes. Right? Like right now, I have 35% block chance, which is pretty bad. I don't know why it's so low, because I got 14. And I got another 21. That puts me to 35. And I'm wearing a shield with 26 block chance, so I don't know why it's only 35. Didn't play a Titan Rake? Oh, I lost the slam build roll. That's what happened, White. That's what happened. So I played this game originally, and I really wanted to make a slam Titan. And I tried doing it, and I hated it. So I was messing with some skills that I hadn't played with before, and I came across Rake and Bloodhunt, and I fell in love with them, but I didn't want to make another character. So we're trying to make it work. That's the thing. I don't think I need block for clear. I would want it for the boss, but I'm at 35% block with what I have. Right? I don't know why it's so low when I have a 26% block shield. Like, that's the weird part. I have a 26% block shield, and I have 35% block on the tree. So why do I only have 35% block? Yeah, I'm going Poke Titan instead of Slam Titan. Put it that way. So, basically what ended up happening, White, as I said, I was leveling, and I hate leveling Titans with mace builds, like with mace skills. Like, since I leveled this character, I have come across some people Slam builds that are actually kind of fucking fire looking. But I was hating it. I'm hating it. And I finally got to like level 70, and I was like, all right, let's give this a shot, right? Let's tinker with this. And I just wasn't enjoying the skills. They just felt clunky, they felt slow, they felt like they were just, I don't know, they just felt like they were missing something. I got some attack speed to make, you know, Stampede feel a little bit smoother, but the clear of Stampede just felt really bad. And I just wasn't feeling it. So we're like, so I started tinkering with some other skills, and you know, without changing characters, right? I just started tinkering with other skills. So I was like, all right, what other skills can I play with as a Titan, right? What other ones have like melee skills and physical skills that I can like take advantage of? Whatnot else? We came across Rake. I was like, oh, Rake, we can go bleed build. Hell yeah, that looks fire, right? And then I saw Bloodhunt as an execution for it. Oh boy, that was unexpected. Was not paying attention. And I was like, damn. So I got an execution with this too. Like I can actually combo this with an execution. So we said, fuck it. This seems like a great combo. This is my play style, right? So we were like, fuck it. Let's take advantage of it. Let's try and make it work. And the only thing that's not working with it right now is its map clear. Boss potential is great for how bad my weapon is, White. For how bad my weapon is. I'm going to show you my weapon. For how bad my weapon is, it does insane damage. Yeah, and like Phipps said, White, I'm not one of those zoomer zooms when it comes to these games. I like to play more comfy, slow style, just hanging out, you know, watching paint dry builds. But look at this weapon. Like legit, look at this weapon. Just cringe at this weapon. And just then fathom how much damage I just did to that boss in such a short period of time with such a bad weapon. The only saving grace on this weapon is the fact that it does have added fizz, but it has +3 to melee skills. That's the only saving grace this weapon has, is the +3 to melee skills. Literally the only saving grace it has. Well, this is the spear I bought from somebody. Yeah, this is the default shoreline. Never actually looked into getting a different one. I just kind of made it here and said, fuck it. We're good. Yo, we got a bleed aggravated chest piece. If it wasn't so bad armor-wise, it would actually be decent. Alright, finally got a T6. Alright, let us refund this point. And we're gonna go 30% more damage. But anyway, so the way it ended up working out is we originally ascended and we picked up this for the ancestral boost, and we had that, and we're like, all right, cool. And then we were gonna pick up life and body armor. But when we realized how much we hated slams, we're like, fuck that. So we refunded this and we picked up this one, and we're like, you know what? This is generic enough that I can make almost anything work with small passive effects being bigger. So it allows us to do things like, you know, melee damage with close range, like being super juiced. It allows us to like really take advantage of like armor also applies to. It lets us take heavily advantage of like these small nodes for 15% damage while holding a shield, or extra block nodes. It allows us to take a heavy advantage of like these nodes as well, 30% damage against immobilized mobs. Or the magnitudes, the bleed magnitudes are juiced, right? So we get heavy like increasements from all these small nodes. So we're taking a lot of small nodes. So what I need to actually look at really quick. Also, Pip, anointing, is that specifically amulets now? Still? Like it used to be? Okay, yeah, it looks like it's on ambulance. Okay. Alright, so we need... I don't think I have all of them, because I think it was... Yeah, I needed one of these. I don't know how to do it, so we're going to have to figure that out. Might have been Paranoia, and then another one I had to buy. So it is... Kind of it sucks that it says increased melee damage, and it only says it's increasing my spear, dash, and internal strike. I don't know what that is. But it's isolation, paranoia, and so I do have paranoia. Okay. I need isolation, right? One I don't have. Yeah, okay. Oh. Is this it? I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh! That's expensive. That's expensive. I don't know. I thought it was. So why doesn't it? That's interesting. Blood Hunter's melee. Rake is melee. Disengage is melee. We're gonna take this off too, because that didn't work the way we wanted it to. It's not a lot, but like if you look at how much money I have, I don't have that much. I have 31. 31x. I do have 6 chaos we could do something with, and 1 annul. Could convert some of this currency. I can re-anoint over the amulet, can't I? If I grab one anoint now, can I re-anoint over it like I do in PoE 1? I was thinking, it's like, what if we did this one first? It's greed, disgust, and iron. Probably way cheaper. Greed, ire. How much is disgust? Wait, why isn't this changing? Why isn't that changing? There it goes. That's cheaper. $31 ratio? Okay, that's not too bad. I just don't know which one's higher. Let's look. So we needed 1 iron. 1 greed. And this can make one of these, but I can't go up to the next one, which I think the next one's the one I need, right? So we just buy one. How do I go about actually, anointing? Because in the other one, we did it through a NPC. Do we do it on, like, the Reforger or something? Oh, thank you. Okay. Hey, what? Oh, I did it in the wrong order. Okay. Read discussed iron. There we go. Yeah, I never really pay that much attention. Alright. So it's not a good amulet by any means, but it's cheap. So. Now the question is, does look bigger? Does look decent amount bigger. Yo, let's go. What? You got it right. We don't need survivability. We don't need damage. Who needs those things? Bro, white. Look at my gear. I'm not even kidding you. I haven't replaced any of my gear since I was like level 40. A friend of mine just handed me some gear. So this helmet he handed me, he's like, here, I found this on the ground. I was like, all right. He found this chest piece on the ground and gave it to me. And then someone bought me this. And this, I think I found on the ground as well. Like low level. I found this and he regaled it and then slammed it, and it just is what it ended up with. He found this at a shop, gave it to me. This I've had since I was basically doing campaign, and this I found at the end of my campaign. Pretty much even my weapon I found during campaign, and the shield I found during campaign. I haven't purchased anything. I don't craft gear. He's a rage baiter. Yeah, I kind of haven't been paying that much attention to doing deliriums because I'm not used to delirium. Oh my AoE, this feels much better. This feels a lot better. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt a lot. Like I was saying before, White, is like my survivability and everything doesn't matter all that much because most of the time is spent literally dodge rolling away from mobs. Right? I literally hit and then I just kind of roll, right? So I don't take a whole lot of damage, except for like face tank damage, where I'm like dodging in, right? When I dash in, that's when I take most of my damage. So I can get instigated by certain hits when I'm dodge rolling in, or when I'm raking in. But like most of my survivability is just purely dodging. And then I got some block chance on top of that. And then I got the leech to like bring my HP back up. I know my gear's bad, man. What do you want me to say? I know it is. I haven't purchased anything and I don't craft. Yeah, like I've been avoiding delirium, not realizing that that's where the oils come from. I just keep forgetting. Yeah, so running a range build would be much better, right? The only thing that Rake has an advantage on is it has built-in bleed. So at the end of the day, it's a pseudo 7 link instead of, you know, other skills which you're still like limited to like a 6 link, right? That's the only advantage Rake has. And it dashes close range, so it gives you the advantage of being able to use momentum for traveling distance for 40% more damage, and it also allows you to take advantage of close range combat because you're always point blank and you're always dashing. So as long as you're like you disengage away from the boss and then you rake back in, you have max momentum damage and you have close range damage. You get to take advantage of both of those simultaneously. Versus a range skill, you don't get either one of those. Unless you're point blank. And with the bleed, you're trying to take advantage of heavy single hits instead of lots of rapid hits. But the alternative to that is playing a Blood Mage, which is lots of people playing that right now. It's actually insane. Bleed Blood Mage is nuts. Because all you have to do is play Lightning Spear, generate some frenzy charges, and you basically kill everything. Because Lightning Spear blankets the entire screen, gives you like ridiculous AoE clear, and then you take advantage of Rake on single target for like big bosses. Because you can take advantage of the Blood Mage notable that elemental damage applies to bleed magnitude. So scaling heavy into like spell crit and going like lightning damage and just throwing the lightning spear around everywhere, you can literally just insta-give like everything with bleed. It's just crazy. Like I said, it's a tedious build right now, but when my damage goes up, I won't have to attack as much. And we're currently doing some testing on how to fix the map clear, right? So the current idea is we picked up that melee strike range to make my Rake hit bigger. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pick up a bunch of area effect nodes. And then once we get a little bit more money, we're going to pick up another +2 to melee strike range with the area of effect nodes, and we're going to see how big we can get Rake to swing. If we can get Rake to like screen-wide swing, bro, fuck that. I'm just going to Rake everywhere. Because with the damage plus the area of effect, like, I'll be able to like clear an entire Abyss screen in like one swipe. Because all the regular white trash mobs will die to Peril of Blood, and then just cause a cascade effect of just explosions. On top of they're already all bleeding. I'm in the flow state, but... what? Oh man, what anime was that from? He's entered the flow state. Yeah, I'm gonna Rake all over people's faces. The only caveat, Fip, is I'm going to have to remember which weapon set I'm in. One area versus damage one. That's the only caveat I'll have to figure out. To remember which one I'm in at any given time. So the thing with it, White, is it's not terrible for bosses. Specifically. It's really good at deleting like big mobs. And to stay safe, right? Like if you compare the safetiness of this to say like Rolling Slam or Thunder or stuff that takes like 2 seconds to cast and you only get like one hit and you have to stay stationary while doing it and like you're just planting your feet and animation locked unless you have like a ridiculous amount of attack speed, I would say that this is a lot more survivable, a lot more defensive, and it organically just has decent damage from just the bleed mechanic itself. You literally hit them and then while they're chasing you, they just die. Like you roll away and they just die as they're chasing after you. So like I said, it's not a zoomer build. That's the thing. Is it's not one of those like mega juiced out speed builds that are like clearing the whole screen while zooming at 100 miles an hour. But it is reliable and it is simple, right? You Rake a person and you Rake the next person. That's literally all it boils down to. You try to Rake somebody that's not raked, that's at distance, right? Because the way Rake works is, since it dashes, the further it dashes, the more magnitude the bleed has. So you want to Rake to somebody that's not point blank, that's not already bleeding. since bleed lasts for 5 seconds, you want your bleed to just bleed, right? You don't want to just keep bleeding the same target. And then with Herald of Blood, you get a lot of like generic just clear damage, right? All those explosions, they clear a lot of like the trash mobs for you. Or at least do a lot of the damage for you. Right? And then like I said, you get a mob that's like that, where it's like it's half HP is bled, and you just one-shot it. If it's in the middle of a pack, you one-shot the whole pack. So, like I said, not the fastest build, not the strongest build. But it is simple, it is reliable, it works off of basically no gear. And it can be played as different classes at a much better effect. I'm playing it on like one of the worst characters to try it on. Purely because I just didn't feel like making another character. So I wouldn't say it's a bad build. I wouldn't say it's a bad like skill. I would just say it takes some investment and it's not, like I said, the fastest or the strongest. That's the thing. It's the boss specifically. The map clear is terrible. I'm not defending the map clear in any way. I'm defending the damage of the skill and its survivability is good. But its map clear specifically is dog shit. It is great at killing yellows. It's great at killing bosses. It's just really bad at clearing the damn map. Specifically. T4s. I don't know what to do with all these precious tablets. Oh man. It's not for Rake fit, but it is a generic AoE support. Yes. It's called Magnitude. Or Magnified. So the T1 gives 35%, the T2 gives 45% with 10% less damage. So this on the second Rake would be good. %45 increased area of effect on top of the already like 150% we're getting from the tree, putting us to pretty much 3 times multiplier of our area of effect. Busted. You want me to try it now? I can try it now. That's a tier 3. I don't have very many support gyms left. I haven't been finding any. Already had one. Cool. What do I put it over though? Like I don't have another. I'd have to get another Rake. Well. You just put it over brutality maybe for now. We'll just do this for now. We'll take out the magnitude, 100% magnitude, and we'll just try it. We'll just see how big it gets. Yeah, that's what she said. I think this is our last map of the night, though. I mean, maybe we'll stream a little longer. I haven't eaten at all today. Woke up at 11. Now it's 6 or 5. I haven't eaten yet. I haven't eaten since yesterday. We are getting a little hungry. Oh, a lag spike. Why do I feel so slow? I can definitely see the difference in the magnitude on the single targets. Oh, this is one of the worst maps too. But the area, it feels okay. The area feels decent. The extra 45%, I can definitely feel it. It's definitely, I can definitely see the difference. I can definitely feel the damage difference though. I'm not regenning. Can I not leech her? Oh, this might be a really bad map. If I can't leech, we might die here. It's all my survivability is basically my leech. We also already ended our fucking delirium. Dude, this fucking swirl in the middle of my screen is making it impossible to see where I'm going. Literally can't see fucking shit. They didn't think that shit through, did they? Hey guys, let's make this swirly ass fucking thing in the middle of your screen that blocks your fucking entire map. You can't see jack all while you're trying to run through it. Like, I literally can't see anything. But yeah, I'm getting really hungry. I was hungry earlier, and then I kind of got like distracted, so I wasn't really feeling the food, right? Not feeling the food, but I wasn't really feeling hungry. So we kind of just didn't eat earlier. But now I'm like starting to feel it again. Now that I like looked at the time and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta eat soon. I haven't eaten yet. But we're going to breakfast with her mom in the morning, so it's not that big a deal, I guess. Go to McDonald's probably. I'll just get extra food. Be like my one meal of the day. Oh. Yeah, I think tomorrow, once we hit level 79 and we get our new spear and we have those levels to go into increased area, I want to see how the build starts shaping up, right? Because not only are we going to do generic, like the attack damage nodes that have the area of effect on them, but we're going to, I think we're going to get a second Rake setup, like we were talking about. Not for anything crazy, but purely just so one of them has the increased area of effect support gem, while the other one has the pure damage. So I don't have to swap them in and out. The only problem I have with doing that is I don't want there to be two buttons, right? I don't want to have to be like, oh, right click's the one I always use, and then I got to make sure I'm using this button instead. Like, that's the only problem I have with doing two setups, personally, but I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't. That's what I was saying. I was going to take close combat off of it. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't want to have to gem swap. whenever I'm like, oh, I'm clearing a map. Oh, now I'm on a boss, right? Or I'm on a yellow. Let's gym swap really quick to the, you know, the more damage. I'd rather have like 2 setups, but I also at the same time don't really want to have to remember to push one button versus another button. You know what I'm saying? So I might just have to gym swap. Like when I'm just regularly clearing a map, whether there's a yellow or not, we just stick with AoE, right? And then whenever we actually go into a boss room or an actual like legit boss, then we do the gym swap. That's literally all I'd have to do. Just swap close combat for increased area effect. Literally all I have to change. There's literally a single gem swap. Alright, so I don't think it's a leeching problem. I think it's a I'm burning to the fire problem. And it's equal to like what I'm leeching and sustaining. But I will say, I can already with the two weapon strike range difference, I can already feel a difference in the map clear. It's not insane. But it's nice. Like, it's not crazy noticeable, but I can definitely feel me hitting more mobs. So in those big groups, especially with the Abyss groups, when there's just lots of just mobs in like one small area, I feel me hitting a lot more of them and clearing a lot more of the trash a lot faster. So it's kind of nice for that specifically. Like just in like a room like that where I just like I swipe the whole room, right? Like it just feels better. Oh, the body block's there. Yeah, I might just have to do gym swaps for bosses. I don't think that's too big of a deal. That was a weird desync. Oh my god, what was that? That mini stun got me hard right there. That was crazy. I got stuck by a couple mini stuns. That was pretty crazy. I was not expecting that. Yeah, I was expecting just to go bloop bloop, you know? I caught a mini stun out of nowhere and it just fucked me. Either the game is delayed or there's a mod in this map that's fucking me. Because I'm trying to like do this and it's like really delayed right now. That's weird. Oh. Let's go upstairs. I really dislike this map. Like one of the worst map layouts I've been in. Like just the map in general. You gotta go to the specific corner to go upstairs, but you gotta go through the whole map to make sure you kill all the mobs. To then go to the next floor to clear the whole next floor, to then get to the very top floor where there could or could not be a boss. So another thing we could focus into as well, Pip, for map clear, it's something I haven't done yet, is actually juicing out Herald of Blood for the explosions, right? Right now all I have is overreach, so it has more area of effect. But I have no damage nodes into it. So the explosion could be insane. Right? Since we're technically using that for our map clear, right? The way it works is a flat fizz damage, base physical damage, can be evaded. Explosions are 1.5 meters. And then, since it's an AoE skill, all the increased AoE nodes should make it bigger. And then deals 50% of exploded enemies blood loss. So the more blood loss they have when they explode, they deal more damage that can't be scaled. So that can be a huge source of clear speed for us as well. So if we add that in conjunction to a big sweep or a big rake AoE, so I rake and I hit like almost the whole screen and everything's bleeding, the second something like dies from blood loss and explodes, everything's going to take a pretty significant explosion. Everything's just going to cascade kind of. So that is another thing we could add in or modify for even more map clear. And like I said, we can also dramatically increase the area of effect of it with the area nodes we're going to be getting. So if it's only 1.5 meters, even if we get, let's say 200% from the tree like we're talking about, right? Or maybe not, what was it, 2.5 times from the tree? That's what we're talking about? So 2.5 times that gives us, oh my god, move! Oh my god, dude, I was hitting the wrong fucking button. Bro! I took my hand off the keyboard, scratched my face, and I saw I was dying, so I went to go put my hand and I was hitting like Q and E and like I was just hitting the wrong fucking buttons. Yeah, it's 2 times. So what is 2.5 times 1.5 meters? Because that's what the skill is. The skill is a set explosion radius of 1.5 meters. So 2.5 times that. What is that like? Like 4, roughly? 4 meters? So almost 4 meters. Hey, that's not bad though. Like for an explosion, mobs within basically 3 meters, almost 4 meters of it, will take an explosion damage, and if they're relatively close to each other, you're gonna have overlapping damage numbers. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm like clearing an abyss and there's so many mobs stacked on top of each other, it's gonna have like a pretty good like chaining effect. That's not too bad. Because like I said, it's like, let's say 1.5 from the tree, but with the support gym giving another 40%, it's close to 3 times. So it's going to be roughly closer to 4 to 4.5 meters. Because like I said, the support gym itself gives 40%, and if we're getting roughly 140 to 150% on the tree, it's close to 3 times. So it'll be closer to 4.25 meters. I still think 4 meters for an explosion is pretty nice for clear. Oh, it's actually a boss. Let's go! This boss can actually just fucking insta-give me. So it does kind of suck that I already died once or twice. That skill specifically is the one that can like really just insta-give me. Yeah, the bleed on top is really nice. Like, well, that's the main thing. It's like you're watching them bleed. You're like, oh, that's really cool. Wow, that's really cool. You get to watch it, and then just pow, just fucking one hitter quitter. I could have hit him a lot sooner, but I wanted to heavy stun him. That's the only reason why I didn't kill him sooner. Can't hear you. Oh no. Well, like I said, that's specifically what the build is used for. It's meant to kill bosses. And that's why we're trying to tinker with the map clear of it. Because if you actually go and you look at like the Blood Mage version and you see the map clear that they have, you'll see what we mean. Like, it is a night and day difference. Like, just watch a video on YouTube of someone showing a Blood Mage version. They just chuck the freaking... They chuck a lightning spear, and it just cascades on everything, and everything just bleeds and explodes. That's literally all they do. And then they just jump through the map. Alright, and then you can disengage through the map as well. Like, as a movement skill. A little annoying, but you can. Alright, we got another point. Alright, so we are going to start going for our area. Pick up these area damage, area effect nodes all the way to here. And then we will pick up these area damage nodes, these two. Then we will go for here to here, and here to here. Then these two. Then here, here. I think that's all the area effect nodes on the tree that we really want. And we should just start clearing at that point. It should just feel decent. Just need to save some money for the Megalomaniac Diamond. Try and change my anoint at some point. Oh, I was gonna end it off that stream. Okay, whatever. We'll end it after this map. I kind of small brain sometimes. Okay. Oh, we're dead. Oh, I got lucky with the dash. That in? Well, that was weird. Didn't actually break. Just dashed and just stood there. What is going on? Oh! It's done! Yeah, it's much better. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna play this, you want to play it as a Blood Mage, or bare minimum, you want to play it as a Huntress. You definitely don't want to play it as a Titan. In no way, shape, or form do you want to play this as a Titan. Oh, we're dead. Oh, yeah, we're dead. I knew that was gonna happen. Yeah, stuck in the corner. The fucking abyss spawned behind us, blocking our exit. really fucked us, and then we couldn't disengage past the mobs. But yeah, like I said, the reason why the Blood Mage is so much better though is you can the Lightning Spear itself, since bleed can be, the magnitude of bleed can be scaled by lightning damage. The Lightning Spear just does so much bleed for AoE clear that your map clear is actually fast, actually good. It blankets the whole screen. You have no problems like zipping through the map. It's really, really smooth. And then, like I said, you still have the added benefit of having Rake available to you for single target. Like I said, Rake is still really good even in that situation, because you get the added benefit of having the extra socket, because you don't have to put bleed on it, right? So with Lightning Spear, you have to put the bleed support on it. I knew that was gonna happen, bro. I keep getting fucked. We're getting stuck. Yeah, and so once again, this is the problem with the Rake itself. It dashes you in, and if there's too many mobs, you just get fucked. With Lightning Spear, at least you're at range. Honestly, I'm getting fucked because I keep getting mini stunned. These mobs are hitting so hard. That's crazy. You're playing Monk? Ooh, let's go. But yeah, there's just too many benefits for playing Blood Mage when it comes to the build. Like I said, a lot of it has to do with, you know, you have a ranged bleed clear, right? And then you still have the added benefit of still taking advantage of Rake for the pseudo 7 link. And it just does so much damage. Oh, I thought my delirium was already over. Didn't realize it still had delirium up. So yeah, like I said, definitely don't play it as a Titan. In no way, shape, or form. Like, maybe at very, very end game with good gear, it could be okay. But why play something that's okay when, like you said before, when you can play something 10 times stronger and better and easier for, like, less effort? You know what I mean? Just play it as a Blood Mage. Like, take some inspiration from seeing it played as a Titan. Kind of understand, like, how it's played, how it works. Is it a cool, like, skill or not? Like, do you like the execute mechanic of... Bro, I dashed in right as I slammed and killed myself. That was such bad timing. I was just chatting and not paying attention. Yeah, that's the first time I've died in a map. I'm blaming it on I'm hungry. I'm tired. I literally haven't eaten at all today, so... I don't think this one's any. I think this one can be okay. All res with lightning res, rarity, attacks, and leech. I think that one's okay. Oh, lightning verb, yeah. Oh. Yeah, it just started. I mean, the RuneScape music was playing the whole time. It's just this music just kicked in right after I died, yeah. All good though. We got to 75 from 71 today. We took a lot of breaks. So. Definitely hit 79 tomorrow, so we can take advantage of the new spear for more damage. We need a little bit of dex to put it on. Currently at 112, but once we take this off, we're going to be a lot lower. So we need, what's that, 15 plus 21, so we need 36 dex tomorrow. So we got to replace a piece of gear and get 36 dex. And we could easily do it with the amulet. I just wanted to test the amulet the way we did, just to see if the melee check range helped. Trying to think of where else we can get the dex. Like, we could replace our gloves, possibly. Get a dex on our gloves with added fizz and fix our lightning res. We can lose a little bit of the fire. We have 99 fire. We can lose a little bit of fire. We can gain our lightning back. We're probably going to still keep the cold though. That 6 cold is literally keeping us above bare minimum. So cold lightning on it, maybe chaos. I don't know. With some dex, maybe some life added fizz, something like that. I don't know. Find some gloves, get our decks up so we can wear our spear tomorrow, and then as we level, like I said, we'll pick up these 3 nodes tomorrow. Plus these 2. That puts us to 80. That's kind of like where we'll probably end the stream with the 6, that 18, 20, 30, 42% area of effect from here. And like I said, I want to probably do something with this. So I just don't know what to do with it because it can't take this. Because it can either take one or the other. It either takes 45% area effect with less damage, or it takes the 40%, no downside. And then we could brutality that. But brutality is only going to scale the flat fizz damage of the explosion, 65 to 95. So that might be something we look at tomorrow, trying to scale that up a little bit. Anyway, I think we're going to call it here, guys. Tired, I'm hungry. Pretty much 6 a.m. We're going to be going to breakfast soon. I got some dishes to do and dogs to feed and maybe a little walk to go on or something. But I appreciate you guys. We'll be back on tomorrow. Like I said, we'll grind. Oh, sorry. We'll grind out the few levels, try and get this all sorted, and try and figure this out. Yeah, if we can make it feel good. If any of you are new and haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. If you ever have gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody, feel free to chime in. If you ever want to ask me something off stream, or days that I'm not streaming, you can always hit me up in the Discord as well. And if you ever want to check out the VODs, go into the About Me, you'll see the VOD little link. Check that out. I'd appreciate it. But anyway, we're going to get off here, guys. I appreciate you guys. Hope you had a good rest of your day. Hope you have a good, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Good rest of your day. See you. Bye. Talk to you. Bye. Sorry, my mind's all over the place. 100 weapon swap points? That's fucking great.